afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Day 4 of the Fantom Developer Conference will be continuing in about 10 minutes' time. On stage, we're going to be doing a workshop, how to deploy your Fantom read-only node using orchestration, containerization, and monitoring. That's a workshop on the stage in the auditorium in about 10 minutes' time, where we'll get the rest of day 4 underway. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Day 4 of the Fantom Crypto Conference is going to resume in just a couple of minutes of time in the main auditorium. We've got a workshop on stage with our lovely friends at Beware Labs. So if you'd like to finish up your lunch and come join us in the auditorium, that would be amazing. Thank you so much. So good afternoon then, ladies and gentlemen. How you doing? You hope you all had a lovely lunch. How you doing this afternoon? Come on, how you doing this afternoon? So lackluster, really. Let's try it again. How are you doing? That's more like it. Thank you so much. We are on day 4 of the Fantom Developer Conference. Don't forget, coming up later on, very, very exciting. I believe we've got a couple of announcements from Harry towards the end of the day. Looking forward to that to see what's going to happen. He likes to surprise us a lot, which is always a nice thing. Don't forget, we've got our wonderful gala dinner and award ceremony later on, as well as our Halloween-themed reception. So I hope you've all got your outfits and all been inspired, or you're going to come out. I've checked out the ballroom area and everything is fantastic. Your mind is going to be blown later, that's for sure. And don't forget, we've got our $1 million Fantom DC hackathon currently underway. The bounty sponsored by Harry Ye, Managing Director at Quantum FinTech Group. So all of that is currently going. So I hope you begin kind of finding collaborations and people to work with and getting that underway, and you can find all the details and the links on our socials. But let's get this afternoon's program underway. We've got some more great presentations, workshops, and up next, how to deploy your Fantom read-only node using orchestration, containerization, and monitoring. Please welcome Alexandru Radu and Silviu from Beware Labs.
Hey guys, good to see you again. It's pretty crazy to be here for the second time in 1 week at this awesome event. This is actually my second time speaking at a public conference. First time being yesterday, so I think it will be easier today because I'm saying more or less the same thing. For those of you that didn't catch our presentation yesterday on DEX Trading Bot on Fantom, we are Beware Labs, and today we come with a new presentation on how you can deploy a read-only node on Fantom in a professional and reliable way, and then we will show you how you can achieve the same thing in just a few steps using our platform. But first, let me make the introductions. So we have Silviu here, one of our awesome DevOps engineers. He will provide all the technical details that go into deploying a full node on Fantom. He will talk about orchestration, monitoring, and all sorts of cool stuff. And then Alex, our own CTO, will give you a short presentation on how to use the platform to achieve basically the same thing. I am Radu. I'm a product manager for Beware Labs, and I'm doing the presentations, same as yesterday, and I'm going to try to give you an idea of what it is we are trying to achieve at Beware Labs. So basically, I'm going to reiterate the idea behind Beware Labs. We are trying to connect API consumers or blockchain builders of whatever nature, whether they are decentralized applications or decentralized exchanges, maybe wallet providers and so on, to full node owners in a process that is mutually beneficial. In the sense that full node owners will get rewarded or paid for hosting their nodes and fulfilling requests, while API consumers and developers will get access to fast, reliable, and geographically distributed API services in a very cheaper fashion. So, why we thought to do this? Basically, you can imagine you are a developer, you have a great idea for an application, and you have just found the perfect blockchain project you want to deploy on, but as soon as you start development, you see that you don't have the necessary access to the blockchain. You can check the major infrastructure providers. They only support Ethereum and a very select few other projects. So your only solution would be to deploy your own full node and come with your own custom solution, which is fine while in development. But once you want to go in production, you have to scale up, you have to have all sorts of monitoring, and it's really a headache. On the other side, or looking from another perspective, if you're an up-and-coming project like Fantom, you want to have your users or developers, they should have access to pretty good quality services in terms of APIs. And right now, you have to do that yourself, basically, if you want to gain traction or encourage adoption. So we come with a solution to that. Basically, our solution consists of having node providers, independent full node owners, join our platform and register into an easy-to-use, robust platform and get paid for fulfilling requests and hosting their nodes. On the other side, the blockchain users, the API consumers can get access to reliable, fast APIs cheaper than ever before. So basically, we have implemented a protocol that monitors and enforces good behavior on the part of node providers. And when I say good behavior, I mean we check response times, we check uptime, and of course we check data integrity to make sure everything is all right on that part. And for the nodes that match all these requirements, they get distributed the funds coming into our platform from the API consumers, basically. The platform takes a cut for this, but most of the funds go to the node providers. In the same time, once our token will be released, the node providers will be able to stake Beware tokens and increase their revenue receiving an APY. In the same time, if a node provider lags behind or something happens to it, it will get out of the pool and the rewards won't be coming to him until he gets back on track, let's say. So I hope I gave you a pretty good idea of what it is we do at Beware Labs, and now I'm gonna let Silviu get into the technical details and show you the most interesting part of this presentation. Thank you.
Hello, everyone. Thank you, Radu, for the lovely introduction. You're getting really good at this, so keep up the good work. I'm Silviu, a DevOps engineer here with Beware Labs, and today I'm going to present you how to deploy your Fantom read-only node using orchestration, containerization, and monitoring. Basically, I'll get into the technical details, so you can have an insight of what we are trying to do here at BUR Labs behind the scenes. Now I'll walk you through the agenda real quick. We're going to talk about containerization first, then we're going to talk about why do we need orchestration, how we can package nicely our deployment, also why do we need to monitor our nodes and how to do that in an efficient way, and also at the end I'll let Alex present you our MVP. Now the title of the presentation contains three important aspects: containerization, orchestration, and monitoring. These are the three subjects that I'll go through during the presentation. And now I'll just go and make a deep dive into containerization. So, first of all, what are containers? Containers are a way to isolate an application with all of its dependencies and also isolate the resources that it uses. So, basically, what containerization does is help us build an application with all of its necessary dependencies and make it very easily portable and deployable in all environments. Of course, you all know that developer colleague that says, hey, my code is working on my local machine. You should test it now. And you get the code, you clone it on your local machine, you build it, and you try to run it, and then some unexpected error appears. Why? Maybe because your colleague was testing it on a CentOS machine and you are running an Ubuntu machine, or who knows why. By creating containers, you can avoid this kind of scenario by just packaging all of the necessary dependencies and making it easy to deploy your application in whatever environment you want. This will work as long as the base image of your container is uses the same kernel as the host machine. So basically, if you want to use, I don't know, you have an Ubuntu machine and you are creating a Red Hat container, that will work. If you are trying to run a Windows container in Linux, that's going to turn out to be pretty difficult. Now, an important aspect when talking about containers is, of course, the comparison between deploying your application via containers and deploying it via virtual machines. First of all, what is a virtual machine? Because we talked already about what a container is. A virtual machine is basically like a computer with its own CPU, storage, memory, but these resources are allocated in a virtual way. So basically you have a huge machine that, let's imagine it that way, that has lots of hardware resources, and then you have a piece of software, which in this diagram, diagram is the hypervisor, that allocates the necessary resources for your virtual machine. This way, your virtual machine has its own guest operating system, and you can easily run your application on it. On the other hand, containers use your host operating system. On top of the host operating system, you will see a container engine. In this case, in this diagram, you can see a Docker container engine, one of the most popular technologies over there. And afterwards, your applications can be deployed only by employing the dependencies that it needs. So you can see the difference here by running an application, app A, on a virtual machine with its own operating system, which sounds pretty heavy regarding when thinking about the resources that it consumes, compared to deploying an application that only needs its dependencies and uses the kernel of the host operating system. As a comparison, we're talking here about gigabytes in size, and here we can talk about megabytes in size. Good. So now I'm going to enumerate some popular container technologies. Of course, Docker is the most popular. It's a community built, let's say. It has a huge community behind. Also, honorable mentions are Podman and Mesos Containerizer. Of course, we prefer using Docker since it's very popular. And another very interesting thing, most blockchains offer pre-built Docker images for their binaries, so you can run them in a containerized fashion. What you can see here is a Docker file, which is basically a manifest that describes how your image is built. This is a Docker file that we have written and prepared for this conference. It's for a Fantom read-only node, actually a Fantom read-only testnet node. This can be found on our GitHub at Beware Labs. We'll tweet the repository after the presentation, and we'll make it public, let's say this afternoon, for you guys to test it out. It basically tells us how we are building the image. We are cloning the Go Opera Git repository, which contains the code necessary to build the binary for the Fantom read-only node. We build it, and we just download the Genesis file, and afterwards we can start our container. Okay, now we have our container. We have our image built, right? And we can deploy a container. This is great for development and testing purposes. You just run a command and magic, you have a running full Fantom node. But this is not production ready, right? It's only for development purposes. What happens when we want to employ more complicated things? For example, we have multiple machines that are running and we would like to deploy our container on each of those machines. How do we know where to deploy it manually? How can we make sure that the containers can communicate between one another? How can we make sure that we are exposing the RPC of the Fantom read-only node to the exterior? How can we scale? These are all problems that arise when you are trying to do it manually. The solution to all of these problems is, of course, orchestration. Orchestration helps us do and solve all of these problems that we can see here by managing how the containers are getting scheduled on different machines, how they are communicating, and how you can scale them. The backbone of such a production-ready environment that employs containers is, of course, a cluster, which is a collection of virtual machines or physical machines or hybrid, whatever you want. Think of bare metal servers, or you name it. These are the backbone of a cluster, of a container infrastructure. You have multiple nodes running, and the nodes being virtual machines or physical machines. And on each node, you can deploy one or more containers wrapped in pods. This is a very common object name in Kubernetes. What is Kubernetes? Kubernetes is the most popular orchestration technology out there. Honorable mentions are Docker Swarm and Mesos, but of course we prefer using Kubernetes since like everyone is using it, so not a big surprise there. It's a very popular choice, it's community driven, and it's maintained by the cloud native computing foundations. Now I'll make a deep dive into the popular Kubernetes flavors. We have here the self-managed Kubernetes, the hardcore version, let's say. We have the key-free-yes, the lightweight Kubernetes version provided by Rancher SUSE. We also have Minikube, which is a one-node cluster, very popular for development and testing purposes. This one you can deploy on your own personal computer via a virtual machine, and you can actually test our Fantom node deployment. And also, last but not least, the managed Kubernetes services provided by the cloud giants. I've enumerated here EKS, provided by AWS, GKE, provided by Google Cloud Platform, and AKS, provided by Microsoft Azure. Why did I mention all of these Kubernetes flavors? Because it's important to understand the difference between a production-ready environment and the development environment. We would recommend, for example, if you want to use it if you want to use Kubernetes in your production environment, to maybe go for the self-managed Kubernetes with your on-premises machines, or go for a fully managed Kubernetes service provided by one of the cloud giants. Now let us talk about our actual use case. We have here the read-only Fantom node deployment strategy. The central piece of this deployment strategy is actually the Fantom node, which is our container wrapped in a pod being the smallest, let's say, Kubernetes object as an execution unit. This pod is maintained by a deployment, another Kubernetes object that takes care of the number of replicas, takes care that the node is healthy, it gives it its main image and things like that. We can see here that we have 4 ports that are being exposed by the pod, which are not accessible by default to the cluster. We can make them accessible by using a service, which you have right here. This service exposes the 4 ports to the entire cluster. And also in the lower part of the image, we have the persistent volume, which is basically how we store the blockchain data, because we are talking of a blockchain node, right? We have hundreds of gigabytes of data that need to be there and need to be persistent. And the persistent volume claim, which is basically how we control the allocation of that storage. Now, everything being said and done, what should we do to deploy all that, to make use of our deployment strategy? Well, we would need to write manifests and the YAML language for each of these Kubernetes objects, and many more, like a configuration, config map, or whatever, you name it, and apply them manually. This isn't really a production use case. What we want to do is to automatize and make it easier to deploy all of the aforementioned. How can we do that? We can use a package manager. So in this case, I'm talking about Helm, which is the best way to find, share, and use software built for Kubernetes. This is taken from the official Helm website. It's basically the most popular package manager for Kubernetes, and it's an easy way to parameterize and customize the deployment of an application. You can template every Kubernetes object that you are creating, like service, persistent volume claim, deployment, whatever, you name it, and afterwards provide an interface to customize the way things are getting created and deployed. In this case, it's using a file called the values file, and that's how you manage to do it the easy way. You will be able to find our Helm charts for deploying the Fantom read-only node on the same repo on GitHub that we'll make public on Twitter. Now, here we have a Fantom node deployment code snippet. It's basically just the way we are starting the Fantom container. You can see here that we are using the Opera command, and we are mentioning a few arguments that are important in order to make the node start. So we have here the genesis, the data directory, what kind of HTTP and WebSocket methods we are exposing, and so on. We managed to deploy our node successfully. Everything is working, at least for now. But let us think about this scenario. You are trying to use the node. Other people are using it as well. And during the night, something wrong happens. The load is too big and the CPU usage is going high. The RAM usage is going high. Or maybe your storage is full, basically making your node impossible to use. Also, what other problems may occur? You don't have enough peers in order to stay in sync, right? These are common problems that we encounter when we are deploying a blockchain node. How can we avoid them, or how can we be preemptive about them? The solution is, of course, monitoring. By monitoring, we can implement an alerting system that lets us know when things go bad. Right? So when I see the CPU usage go over 80%, I get a text message or a Slack channel notification, or maybe an email telling me about that. Or when the sync state is, or when I'm getting stuck, right? When the node is getting stuck, it's not syncing anymore. You also get an alert of some kind. How can we, let's say, create these alerts? Blockchain nodes expose, beside the usual RPC, WebSocket, or peer-to-peer ports, an additional port called the metrics port. Usually all the blockchains expose metrics in the Prometheus standardized fashion. Prometheus being a popular monitoring system based on time series databases. This way, we'll have access to information regarding, let's say, the sync state, the number of peers, the latest block that was added, things like that. We can also have information regarding the CPU usage or storage usage or memory usage by employing something called node exporters, which are a popular way to get information regarding your Kubernetes cluster. These are already written by the community, and you only need to employ them in your cluster. What we have here is a common monitoring architecture that employs Prometheus as its central piece. We have here our Fantom read-only node, which is, of course, the container that was launched earlier. It exposes the metrics on port 6060, if I'm not mistaken. These metrics are being pulled by the Prometheus server, which has a time series database and an HTTP server. Here we can make some manipulations regarding the data that we have and send them to Alert Manager. Alert Manager is, of course, an alerting system that's being developed by the same community as that developed Prometheus. It makes us, we can write rules that let us know when something bad happens. So we have some triggers that, some webhooks, sorry, that can trigger alerts to a Slack channel or a text message. And something else that we have here is Grafana, another popular tool for observability. Grafana uses Prometheus as a data source, and by employing the PromQL querying language, you can design, let's say, great dashboards to monitor your hardware resources, the way your node behaves in the blockchain, and things like that. Now, this being said, what I presented here today for you guys is a way of deploying Fantom in almost production-ready environment. What I mean by this is that you shouldn't only use what we have provided on our GitHub to deploy your Fantom read-only node. Why you shouldn't do that? Because you don't have the, let's say, certainty that you will be able to provide high availability to your users. It may have some security issues if you are trying to do it by yourself, and it can represent a huge risk for both you, your infrastructure, and your users if you are trying to deploy a dApp, let's say, using a Fantom read-only node, if you don't know for sure what you are doing there. So what do we do to avoid these risks caused by, let's say, the knowledge overhead, and also what can we do to minimize the costs, since employing such an infrastructure that ensures high availability and reliable blockchain data is quite expensive. What can we do? I'll leave my colleague, Alex, CTO of Beware Labs, to give you guys an idea about what you can do. Thank you.
Thank you, Silvio. Hi, everybody. I'm Alex, co-founder and CTO at Beware Labs. And I have to say that it's a great feeling being here today in front of you. Let me start by telling you a bit about Beware Labs. So the journey actually started not that long ago. It's been almost a year. And at that time, I couldn't even imagine the things that we can achieve in such a short period of time. So we started with a small team of 5, and it's extraordinary that we managed to grow our numbers at 20 highly skilled engineers now. For those of you who missed our presentation yesterday, I am going to do a short recap and on the form of a short demo. So all you need to have in order to use our application, it's MetaMask account. And I think it's safe to assume that everybody in the room already has that installed. Can you see the screen? Yeah. Okay, so what you have to do is to go to app.beaverlabs.com. As you can see, at the moment we have support for 7 different networks, and of course Fantom it's one of them. The next step is to connect with your MetaMask account. At this point, the third-party node provider functionality, it's disabled, but it will be out very soon. And in just a couple of clicks, you will be able to deploy your endpoint and start using it. So for the sake of this demo, we will be using the Fantom mainnet. You just click Create Endpoint, you sign the transaction. And in about 1 minute, it will be ready to use. Keep in mind that this is our alpha release, and it is free to use, but we had to enforce some rate limiting on the number of requests. So actually, the Fantom node will be limited to 25 requests per second. On the following release, which I already mentioned will be out soon, various payment methods will be available designed to fulfill everybody's needs. If you struggled in the past adding a custom network to your MetaMask, we made that easy for you, and just by simply clicking this button, once the endpoint will be up and running, you will be able to do that automatically and start using the newly generated endpoint right away. And this is how you can achieve what my colleague already explained before, by just doing a couple of clicks in our application. It should be ready to use real soon. So I think this way it's much easier to get access to an entry point to a certain blockchain of your choosing, and focusing all the time that you have put in deploying a node using the method my colleague explained earlier, into actually developing your product. So now you just click Add to MetaMask, you approve, and you can see now MetaMask is using a custom network, which in turn is using the endpoint you just generated. That being said, I hope you enjoyed the demo and the presentation overall, and if you already started working on the hackathon application, now you know, and you find yourself in need of reliable APIs, now you know where you can get them from. So thank you.
So if there are any questions from the room, we have a Q&A session now at the end. Sorry, we can hear you from here. Maybe take a mic.
Thank you. Hi, my name is Igor from Fantom Starter. And I was wondering, when will you put the GitHub live?
As I mentioned, I hope this afternoon we'll update our repo and make it public for you guys to use it. For now, the deployment is working, everything is working, including the monitor solution. We have all-in-one deployment, but the README file is still under development, let's say. After the README file is done, so you guys have it easier to deploy, we'll just make it public and tweet it for you guys.
On what cloud platform are you deploying?
Sorry, come again?
On what cloud platform are you deploying the product?
So we are currently using AWS.
Okay, thank you.
Hi, I have a follow-up on that. So wouldn't using AWS completely lead to a very centralized service?
Can you please repeat?
So I just heard that you guys are using AWS, Amazon Web Services, for all your nodes. Doesn't that lead to centralization?
Yes, in this form, our application is currently running with the nodes in a centralized manner, but with the new release I mentioned earlier, we will enable the third provider node onboarding functionality.
Thank you.
Any more questions from the audience for the guys? Ivan, what are you going to ask? There's a mic behind you. Turn around, he's behind you.
Yeah, thank you. So we're actually very curious about what metrics are you looking on to decide whether the node is like well-performing or it's like down or it's slow. What are the metrics?
So it really depends on what kind of node we are talking about. Do you want me to give you an example for Fantom? Okay, so basically we have, let's say, a critical alert for when the service is down. Basically your container is restarting for whatever reason that will trigger a critical alert, let's say. We have an alert for few sinks. So when the number of, few peers. When the number of peers goes under 2 or 3 or whatever you think suits it best, you will get alerted. When the chain head stays the same for more than 5 minutes, that means that the synchronization is stuck. And that's also one kind of alert that you would like to have. And those are basically specifics for, let's say, the Fantom node. You can find them all, you will be able to find them all on our repo once we will make it public. No problem.
Thanks, Ivan. Anyone else got anything they want to ask in the audience? I think we're all done for questions. Thank you guys from Beware Labs. Thank you so much for that awesome workshop. Another fantastic one. You guys are great. You were fantastic yesterday as well. How are you doing this afternoon, guys? You okay? Amazing. Are you okay? You're the cheery one in the audience. What about everyone else? Are you awake? There we go. I know some of you have been up till like 3, 4 o'clock in the morning working in all our spaces, but it's okay. We get it. As long as you're utilizing it and working and having ideas and everything, then it's all good. We are here as the Fantom Developer Conference in Emirates Palace in Abu Dhabi, and the speakers and the presentations have just been amazing, and we're going to keep going because we've still got so much to get through. Up next, we have got another workshop. It's security of Web3 applications, and he was just there asking questions. Please welcome Ivan, CEO of Zucoin.
Hey.
You've got click.
Hi everyone. Hope everyone's having a good time here, like I do. I will talk a bit about security of Web3 applications, but this will be not a really hardcore talk. This is more of a light talk, like for some high-level topics. I understand that a lot of people here with different background, like some developers, some investors. So I hope everyone will enjoy my talk. And let's start. So what will I talk about? I will talk about myself, how I got on Fantom, how I built the first product on Fantom, and what my projects are, which are Zoocoin and Ovary.io. And then we will talk a bit about vulnerabilities affecting Web3 applications and how to actually secure your application. So I will also talk about some best practices which developers should follow to avoid some negative consequences. And let's start with me. I am Ivan Rumak. I was working as a senior security engineer. And so I was really into the security. I was finding vulnerabilities. I helped to fix vulnerabilities and preventing some attacks. Now I'm also a developer and a Fantom maximalist, as I think everyone here are, and also a founder of Zoocoin and Ovary.io. My hacking career was actually pretty large. I was hacking for 3 or 4 years. I was hacking on HackerOne platform where I found more than 300 vulnerabilities among all kind of companies, actually, like Shopify, like Google, which is actually out of HackerOne scope, but actually a lot of big names I found vulnerabilities for. But HackerOne is not the only one platform. I also was hacking on Backroute, where I found around 100 vulnerabilities. And besides finding vulnerabilities manually, I was also automating some scenarios. For example, if I know how to find vulnerability, what can I do to make the machine find it for me? So I was writing some custom scanners, some scanner models, and I also submitted 100 scanner models idea to Detectify company. So, and then I was starting to look at Binance Exchange. I really wanted to know I really want to know more about cryptocurrencies, the blockchain, because I was interested in learning about solidity securities, like smart contract security. And this is how I got on Binance, to just touch the things around, to experience it myself. And first I did a very small volume trading, like I bought some Dogecoin, some DOT, some ADA, like some other stuff, and just to touch the things around. And I thought, why don't we automate the process? We can actually write some bot that will be using technical analysis to actually to trade for me. And I have written such bot. It was working actually pretty good. So what I did underneath is it looked at the current price, it looked at the metrics, it looked at some indicators like EMA, like RSI, like Bollinger Bands, some other thing. And basically I was writing the logic above it. So for example, if the price is above EMA 50 and the RSI is oversold, then you do a trade. So, and that was a very funny experience. I really liked it a lot. And writing such bot required me to do a constant research on what tokens are there. So I was constantly browsing CoinMarketCap and looking for the most volatile tokens to include that into my bot, so I could get more profits. And this is how I found Fantom. So back then, Fantom was very, very small token. It was priced like maybe 3 cents or 5 cents. So I bought in, and I just started to look at the ecosystem just because I found that pretty interesting to look at. And what I noticed is the ecosystem, unlike Ethereum, back there was actually very, very small. So there were only a few apps, like there were actually only SushiSwap and PVA wallet functionality. So there was nothing you could do on Fantom besides staking your Fantoms and actually using SushiSwap for whatever reason, because there were no tokens to trade. But then my bot was working, I was looking at Fantom, I kept an eye on it, and I noticed that actually the first ERC20 tokens started to deploy on Fantom. The first token was Bomb, and there were other tokens. And this is how I thought I found the problem. There was no actually trading infrastructure on Fantom. So people were using SushiSwap to track the price. Manually, they had no charts, they had no farming, no analytic tools, no wallet that supports ERC20 tokens. So it was a kind of kind of boring, so I decided to fix that problem, especially when I had so much Fantom back then. That's how I end up with the ZooCoin, which is supposed to be the fully-fledged DeFi ecosystem built exclusively on Fantom. And the first problem I solved is I provided the charts for the traders on the Fantom, and this was the first product of ZooCoin is ZooCharts. Yeah, that's the first charting tool on Fantom, and I think the first app. It looked like this, so I've written that all by myself. I have no front-end experience, I only know the back-end, and I only know some smart contract things. So it looked pretty bad. Since then, we actually did a lot of work on it. We made real-time updated price trades. We added some liquidity events. We added some complex analytics to that to show. And we also added support of the all core dexes, all core pairs. We added watch list. We added rankings, new pairs tracking, and token info. So now it looks like this. Oh, pretty. So here you have the watch list, here you have the USD price, the market cap, the search bar, the token you want your token to be traded to, the exchange choosing, the trades, and there is the liquidity button that is not seen for some reason. It was working okay. People were satisfied. They could actually trade on Fantom and see the price of their assets to whether going down or up. But there was one more problem. There was no ERC20 wallet supporting Fantom. So people didn't know how much USD is their net worth actually. They didn't know how many tokens they hold in the wallet. They didn't know how many they are holding in liquidity. So you had to keep all these things in mind. And that's how we came up with the Zoo wallet, which was the second our product. And this is also the first ERC20 wallet on Fantom. So now it looks like this. You can see your balances. You can see how much you have in the liquidity pools among all the supported dexes. Also, you know the value in FTM, the price, the USD price, and the price in the value in USD overall. And you also have a nice net worth, which is showing your balance, just what people needed. Yeah, now it actually, the Zoo wallet got created when there were no farming, no actually not so many tokens, and it became obsolete pretty quick. So because now you can do a lot more than just adding liquidity and trading the token. Now you can put it in the farm, put it in some weighted pool. You can do some lending. And this is why we have scheduled rework, which will also support some advanced farming analytics. It will support some liquidity analytics like impermanent loose tracking. And also we will add support for more protocols that are coming to Fantom. The next problem was on Fantom, there were no NFTs. There were no NFTs at all. So people could not buy NFTs, did not have a marketplace. Only they could do is to deploy custom contract like with ERC 721 compatible, and that's it. No marketplace was the issue. So this is how we came up with the idea on our third product, which is ZooPet. It is also the first NFT marketplace on Fantom. This is look like this. It's pretty simple. So basically, you can create the NFT. You can mint it with a small fee of 30 Zoo coins, and then you have some arts, Fantom like text. You have a search bar there, and pretty much it. It's simple yet effective tool that brought NFTs on Fantom. People could actually mint NFTs. They could trade it. And this is, I think, one of the reasons that Fantom started to actually exploding back then. So the next thing we did is actually we've seen that a few dexes were already ported or already built on Fantom, which are the Spooky and the Spirit dexes. So we decided, why don't we have our own dex? And we can do it, we can add some more info, we can add charts to the main page, and this is how we did ZooDex. Also, it's pretty fast and responsive. We did a complete rewrite of the source code. We did a lot of changes So it became fast and responsive. Now it looks like this. It has some, the default trading window. It has the charts, and it has also the liquidity and in the sidebar and the farming. So yeah, we have farming. So you can actually put your liquidity into the farm and farm our reward token, which is wild. Yeah, but it's not only the default DEX and default farms. It's also the first quadratic farming that got released on Fantom. What is quadratic farming is basically the more you seed in the farm, the more you harvest. So basically, we encourage you to put the liquidity to our farm, and the more you are farming, the more we are having the TVL, and the more reward you have from us. So we also have some advanced farming analytics, like this one. So basically, you can track your entry USD price. You can track the exit USD price. So you can track how many USD you have in the farm, and also how much you harvested, how much you have in USD, in tokens value. So this is pretty useful thing for tracking your farming experience, like whether you are in profits or not, to make decisions like do we want to take the liquidity away from the farm. And the next problem on Fantom was too many DEXs were back there. So there were Spirit, Spooky, Zoodex, Shiba DEX, a lot of DEXs. And what Fantom really needed is the DEX aggregator, which finds the best price for the token you want to buy or sell. So this is how we came with the ZooTrade idea. It's also the first native Fantom DEX aggregator. We wrote it from scratch, so it's completely built from zero. And this looks like this. So basically, you can enter your input token amount, and it will return you the best possible ratio using our algorithm we wrote. Yeah, so it's giving you a good trading options. It also has no fees, which means usually DEX aggregators take some fees. So even if the road was profitable, you also lose a fraction by paying the fee. So we don't have any fee. You can enjoy the best prices without any cutoffs. And what is the interesting about the ZooTrade is that all the logic is performing on front end. So usually DEX aggregators work with the backend, like 1inch or Firebird or whatever DEX aggregator you can name. But ZooTrade, I think, is the first one that uses the logic on front end. And this actually makes it a bit more decentralized, a bit more permissionless, and there are just much less room for errors. So, for example, you will be constantly getting trades using the same algorithm. So, yeah, that's it. And now we're actually solving another problem on Fantom, which is there's no curated NFT marketplace. And this is how we came up with the Ovre.io idea. It's premium curated NFT auction house, which will look something like this. It's already almost done, and I think we will see the release of the marketplace just after the conference. So it's the premium NFT marketplace. Also, it helps to bring authentic NFTs. Now the problem with all the NFT marketplaces on Fantom is that everyone can mint whatever they want. So you can't just be sure about the authenticity of the NFT piece. So it's like the museum where anyone can enter and just put their drawing on the wall, and this will be sold for some crazy money. So we want to fix that. We want to make NFTs authentic, and we also want to make the authenticity a cross-chain thing. So with the new AnySwap bridge for NFTs, we can actually. So what will be possible? You can mint on Fantom, and you can decide whether you want to sell on Fantom or you want to bridge your NFT to Ethereum and sell it on Ethereum. So this will be like a seamless experience. And Oreo.io is built for the true collectors, for the people who believe in the decentralized future, for people that treat NFTs not like a short-term thing, but for people that think that NFTs will actually stay. and so do we do think the same. That's why we put a lot of efforts into this product. And we also have some cool ideas, and one of them we want to actually ship as a product. For now, the temporary name is Project Snake, and I cannot share any details, but just so you know that we have more ideas and we have some really cool stuff coming up. So let's start with the Web3 security. Let's answer the question, why security is important? I think it's pretty obvious, but let's say it again. In DeFi, in Web3, actually big money are being involved. So like millions of dollars, tens of millions, hundreds of millions, even billions in some protocols. And another thing is that the transactions are completely untraceable. Transactions are anonymous, which means the one guy who exploited the vulnerability and stole all the funds, he can actually harm no consequences. There is a possibility he will, of course, it's not working in 100% of the cases, but usually it's untraceable, and actually the person who did some exploit or stole some funds, they get no harm for that. And the future's financial system cannot be based on insecure tech. That's why we need to think about security. And also what I want to do with this talk, I want to raise awareness about the security, I hope a lot of developers are looking now and they will pick up some ideas from this talk, like what can they do to check their application for whether it's vulnerable or not. And let's start with traditional applications, like Web 2 applications. So what they consist of? Usually the application consists of front end, the back end, and infrastructure. So basically, we have a front-end part, which is written in some JavaScript code. We have a back-end part, which is written in whatever language. And we have infrastructure, which is databases, proxies, configuration files, and etc. And the thing about traditional web applications is that everything is vulnerable. So you have vulnerabilities on front-end, you have vulnerabilities on back-end, and you have even vulnerabilities on your infrastructure. So a lot of room for errors, you basically have to hire the entire security team to keep an eye on these things. And basically, when I say that something is vulnerable, let's define what vulnerability is. Basically, vulnerability is a mistake in the code or misconfiguration that allows some malicious actions to be in place. What does it mean? Basically, anything that can be used for violating the integrity, confidentiality, and availability of the data is considered a vulnerability. So, for example, I have some medical records in the place, and if I cannot access them for some, for some hacking actions that resulted in the denial of the service from the end facility, this will be an availability problem. And if someone hacks into the database of the medical center and change some data from my, from my account, from my profile, this will be the violation of integrity. And if some third-party person gets access to my medical data, it will also harm the confidentiality of the data. So now we know what a traditional application consists of. We know that it consists of front-end, back-end, and infrastructure, and everything is vulnerable. And we also know what vulnerability is. So let's look closer and define the vulnerability types. We have actually two types of vulnerabilities on the traditional Web3 applications, which is the client side and server side. The client side is a vulnerability that affects only end user inside his browser. So what does it mean? For example, I, as a hacker, can put some magic into the website, and when you visit the website, you see some fancy actions in your browser. So which means I could hack into your browser and get your data. But the thing about this one is it only affects the end user, so no one else besides you is affected, well, unless everyone is visited the same page with exploit code. And the server-side vulnerability actually affects all the stored data across all the users, all the possible infrastructure. and everything gets exposed. So the client-side vulnerabilities are only targeting one end user, and server-side actually allows the attacker to gain access to everything else. So, and we also know that traditional web application, everything is vulnerable. So let's apply the vulnerability types to the part of the application. The front-end side is suffering from client-side vulnerabilities because front-end is JavaScript, the browser, everything is tight. The backend suffers from server-side vulnerabilities, and the infrastructure also suffers from server-side vulnerabilities. But how Web3 actually helps us with such dramatic situation where everything is vulnerable, a lot of vulnerabilities, so you need to hire a whole team? Actually, in Web3, the biggest change towards the security was that the backend and the infrastructure was replaced to the smart contracts. So you don't have to worry about the server-side vulnerabilities at all. But this also introduced another type of vulnerabilities, which is smart contract vulnerabilities. So basically, we exchanged the server-side vulnerabilities for smart contract vulnerabilities. And smart contract vulnerability obviously affecting the smart contracts. So in Web3 application, we have two parts. The front end, which suffers from client-side vulnerability, and smart contract, which suffers from smart contract vulnerabilities. What is interesting about that is the front-end part is not going anywhere. So the Web 2 and Web 3 is actually very similar in terms of front-end vulnerabilities. But let's cover the smart contract vulnerabilities real quick. Most of them are like in logic flow related. So basically all the time you're writing the smart contract, you're checking behind and checking that the flow is not the logic flow cannot be used to gain some unwanted consequences. So basically, in traditional application, you can just say like, I want to write this function like this, and this will be future me problem. But in smart contract, you also need to check the things all over the time. But there is not only enough to check the logic flow. There are also some language-based tricks like reentrancy, and so you not only need to know the algorithms, the logic, you also need to know the language really deep to avoid all kinds of pitfalls. And this is why smart contracts vulnerabilities were highlighted a lot of times. Like there are a lot of articles about that, and this is very specific. And actually, to be honest, the smart contract vulnerabilities require a dedicated talk, and this is why we will not cover this any further. We'll discard it. But what we will focus on client-side vulnerabilities, which is much funnier. So we already know that client-side vulnerabilities are exploited on the client, because client-side, and in the web, the client is the browser. So basically, you get attacked in your own browser. And then the client-side vulnerability affects only the end user who visited the vulnerable page with exploit placed. And there are a lot of different types of actually client-side vulnerabilities. So for example, we have a lot of ways to hack into your browser, if summarize. Yeah, there are a lot of different types of client-side vulnerabilities, but I will focus only on one. But yet it's the most dangerous and easiest exploitable out of all of them, which is the cross-site scripting. It's the most it's the most powerful and dangerous vulnerability in whole client-side vulnerability types, especially in Web3. So what is the cross-site scripting? The cross-site scripting is a possibility to execute arbitrary JavaScript code in the victim's browser. So like what I said, you have some browser, you are doing some things in that, and then I, as a hacker, I interrupt your experience, and you're getting forced to execute my JavaScript code, which I told your browser to render, to execute. What is the JavaScript? JavaScript actually is the language, and in the web, it allows developers to make the web page interactive. The problem with web page is that the problem was that HTML is static, and something needed that will make the HTML alive, and JavaScript basically was chosen to make the web experience more alive. So you get some buttons, you get some logic, you get some animation, and a lot of fancy stuff that you see now in all the websites. All the websites are powered by JavaScript. And JavaScript also performs almost everything you do on website. So if you, like, for example, want to change your personal profile, if you want to upload the avatar, everything is done by JavaScript. So it's a very powerful tool. It's very powerful in the browser. It can do basically anything you can do. And if someone gets access to if someone can execute the arbitrary JavaScript in your browser, then it means that everything that application can do, also hacker can do, and get some profits from it. So we already know, we know that cross-site scripting is a possibility to execute arbitrary JavaScript code in the victim's browser. And the next thing about cross-site scripting is actually it's very widespread issue. So a lot of websites are affected, like all over the web. Basically, any site you use, there is a 95% possibility that it's vulnerable by cross-site scripting. Yet, cross-site scripting is pretty easy to find and pretty easy to exploit. But at the same time, it brings a lot of serious consequences. So it's very dangerous vulnerability, but it's easy to find. So anyone can actually try to find it, and if they succeed, they can exploit it and exploit it further. And since a lot of websites are affected due to some programming practices, so actually the web is not a very secure place, it turns out. For example, let's see how one can find cross-site scripting vulnerability. For example, we have some registration, like sign up for a profile. The website asks me to enter my first name and last name. These are the strings, and this is important because cross-site scripting only can be used when strings are being used. So there is a registration. I can enter my actual name, like Ivan Rumak, and what will be performed on the backend of the application in the traditional application. The first thing is that my name will be saved in the database, and then every time the application needs to show my name, they need to somehow retrieve that from the database. So this might be a dedicated REST API call, or this might be just basically anything else that uses the database and fetches the data from it. And then after the HTML code has my name in it, the browser actually renders the whole thing. And we can actually see the profile with my name. So we know that this profile actually was not magically just popped up on the website. It actually visited the database, and the database returned the name that I sent to it when I clicked the sign up button. So in the HTML code, this looks like this. So we have some markup tags, HTML tags, and we have my name actually in it. But why cross-site scripting is a possibility is because browser actually does not know which part of HTML code is supplied by user. The browser just renders everything that it gets. For example, what can we do? We know that everything is shown on the web, like in the browser, is a HTML page. So we know that our string we enter here will end up in some HTML code, and that's why we enter like the string, and we try to put some third-party HTML code in the string. For example, here I enter Ivan, and I'm adding the tag img. So for example, this string, like the previous one, will be included in the database. But the only difference is that this string contains something that looks like HTML code and which should be rendered by browser as HTML code. And then actually the flow looks exactly the same. So the HTML template calls the database, or there is a REST API call. But in the end, the HTML page that got that got assembled from all these calls is getting inserted into the user's browser and being rendered. For example, the browser cannot see the difference between the user supplied string and the HTML string, and he basically renders this as, because there is no way to tell him that do not render this user supplied string. And that's why we can see that Ivan Rumak actually has some broken images near it, which means we can as a user, insert some third-party arbitrary HTML code in the original page, and we can manipulate the content, the page content, and basically we can invoke JavaScript from it. The only difference we need to do is we need to change the img tag to script tag. And everyone that come to my profile will see will actually execute my JavaScript I want him to execute. For example, I want to steal all the data, or I want to delete the profile. Everything is possible if he visits my page with the exploit code. In the Web 2, exploiting cross-site scripting actually can only harm the, can actually do a lot of things, but it's not the direct loss of money or direct loss of whatever, because the exploitation of cross-site scripting in Web 2 can only give you some private data leak, for example, give me the some secure API keys of the profile, or actually, if you visit my page with exploit code, I can force your browser to perform some action. For example, change the name. So, for example, you use the Twitter, you visit my page, and your name gets changed on your behalf, on victim's behalf. But it's getting even worse with the third-party browser extensions connected to the website. I had an experience where the website used some plugin for signing the data, like there was some electronic signature, and I found the cross-site scripting issue, and it turned out that this cross-site scripting issue can be elevated into the remote code execution. So basically, I could save some local file on the computer of the victim because of the possibilities that browser extension gave me. And talking about browser extensions, we have MetaMask. What is the MetaMask? MetaMask is the extension-based crypto wallet, which is being invoked and controlled by JavaScript on the page. But in order to use the MetaMask, you need to connect it first, and each sensitive action performed in MetaMask, like sign a transaction or do a signature, basically everything that can bring some serious consequences being approved by end user. But we know that MetaMask being invoked by JavaScript, and we already know that there is a cross-site scripting vulnerability that allows us to execute any JavaScript in the victim's browser. So, and if we take another look on the flow of the, from the hacker enters the string, and this string is actually executing the code in the victim's browser, we can apply this from the Web 2 to Web 3 with this. So the database being replaced with smart contract, and this smart contract might have some function to save the arbitrary string from the user. For example, user can save some string with HTML code in it, and then smart contracts have implemented some function that returns the string. And then the application actually calls this function, gets the string, and puts it into the HTML page. So basically pretty much the same thing, but the smart contract is being used instead of database. And since we know that there are a lot of money in crypto, so the consequences are actually a bit different. And each cross-site scripting on the website that has MetaMask connected to it can actually lead to the funds lost. And this is actually already beats every possible consequence. So the demo, yeah. Sorry. Also, we already should know about some cases. For example, the most recent cross-site scripting attack was in SushiSwap Miso application. So they did basically the same thing. They had some smart contract call that returned some user-supplied string, and some user entered some HTML code, and this HTML code were supposing to change the contract address, which all the users interact with. So in the Miso, all the users got sent the funds to the manipulated contract, and actually the person got some like $3 million from it, and actually got successfully away with it. But I want to show the demo I found by myself. So what I did, I just wanted to explore like the Fantom ecosystem, whether applications are suffering from cross-site scripting or not. So for this purpose, I created ERC20 contract with exploit code in the string variable. So if we can see here, when we actually build a smart contract, ERC20 smart contract, we can enter the name and the symbol of the token. And then we actually use some dApps, we use some wallets, we use charts, we use other applications, and a lot of places where this symbol and this name actually being reflected to us. So I thought, why don't we do some stress testing to the ecosystem? So I deployed this contract, and I started to look what happens. Like I went to some dApps, I went to the wallet, I did some transactions, and I accidentally broke the Explorer we have. Yeah. So for example, I had some IMG tag in the symbol field, and this is actually the Explorer. So I had some tokens, and the Explorer is showing my token balance. So for example, I had some tokens, and Explorer showed me that I have 1,233 of some HTML code tokens. But the thing is, it got rendered. So if we see the image, it means that we can also insert some script tag and actually run the JavaScript code inside everyone who visits the Explorer page, and his balance is not his balance contains this token. So this is a pretty serious thing, and it gets, yeah, you can see that here. And it gets even more serious, especially the Explorer has the connect to Web3 button. So for example, if anyone used the connect to Web3 anytime prior and he has MetaMask connected, and he visits his profile page, and I send him, I airdrop some tokens to him, he will execute this code, and since he has MetaMask connected, I can actually invoke his MetaMask and get some profits from it, at least try to. Yep. So, but what to do? What do we do about the cross-site scripting vulnerability? Actually, the most noticeable thing I had in my experience of browsing the Fantom ecosystem is that almost everything is written in React. And this is actually good. Not any company can say we built everything in React. But if you use React, actually you're pretty much safe if you don't do some clear mistakes, because JSX is actually securing your output in the foolproof way. For example, you can actually put the string from the ERC20 token name to the page, and it will get rendered safely because the JSX takes care of it. You don't even know what cross-site scripting is, but you're getting lucky because JSX do it for you. So basically, the first thing is use the React for your front end. And actually, the second thing we can all do is we can learn more about cross-site scripting issues. We can actually learn more about other client-side issues, and we can raise awareness about that. So that's it. My final thoughts about the security of Web3 is actually what we are going to see in the next maybe couple of years is that a lot of big projects will jump on the Web3 technology. They will use smart contracts instead of their application traditional backend, and this will bring a lot of these people will need help because this is clearly not an easy task to migrate your Web2 infrastructure to Web3, and a lot of mistakes need to be clarified, need to be publicly like known. So yeah, that's pretty much it. So maybe any questions? Thank you. Thank you, thank you.
Wonderful, wonderful presentation. Really loved it.
Thank you.
Security is paramount, and you have really shown us why. So, firstly, from the community side, I really need to thank you. We love your decks. It's an amazing tool and much needed. Thank you for that.
Thank you.
So, regarding the decks, actually, I had a couple of questions. So, I've been using the aggregator a long time, and as you may know, there are a couple of more aggregators now being launched on Fantom. So, there's this peculiar fact which I noticed, maybe you can elaborate. Most of these dexes, they list assets directly. Whereas for ZooCoin or ZooDex, we have to like contact the team and take a longer route. So how would that work? How can I get my asset listed if I create a new coin?
Yeah, I got it. Yes, we're having some hard-coded list of the tokens, and this actually was made, I think, because we have some internal talks, and we wanted to make the zoo trade more of a premium thing for the selected tokens rather than for basically anything. Also, the DEX aggregators works really bad with the taxed tokens. So we need to actually, we cannot let any token being traded on our aggregator because the taxed token will actually might cause some internal logic mistakes due to the fact that it's taxed on each transaction. So we did it for the integrity and for the security and for everything. We just want to ensure that everything works like perfectly and there is no mistakes due to taxed tokens. That's why there is a fixed thing.
I understand that, but I think the question here is two-sided. So firstly, when token assets are added, you mentioned that these are premium features. So that's not a tax token. Is there an aggregator for the masses, like for the public, which they can use?
I think at some point we can actually make ZooTrade to accept all the tokens. So we just need to test it first. And yeah, as you said, there are plenty of aggregators. At some point, ZooTrade will be enhanced. We actually did write our own algorithm for that. So we are supporting the DEXs, we are supporting the curve-based pools, and there will be more pools available soon, and perhaps the thing you're asking for.
Thank you. So from what I understand, initially the aggregator had a lot more assets listed, but then they got delisted, and now, I'm not sure why the delisting part was there. I understand if it's a premium feature and there's some certain conditions they need to get listed, but it just went the other way around. For example, the largest NFT game currently being built on Fantom, Farm God DAO, they had most of the assets listed on your DEX, but then once they got delisted, they had to move to Spirit Swap and other exchanges because their community was left in the dark very randomly. So I guess you may understand the confusion
yeah, I cannot comment that right now, sorry, because I didn't understand. If you come after the speech, we can actually sort everything out.
Yeah. Of course.
Because I need to know the context. I don't know
just delisting of assets. Aggregator had a ton more of assets listed and they got delisted very randomly, out of the blue. Thank you.
Thank you for the question.
I've got a question as well. Because of the NFT marketplace, do NFTs allow as well customized parameters? For example, I have an NFT and then I would add the city, the country to it, a description, and then search for these parameters as well. For example, on OpenSea, you can do that you can add customized parameters.
Yeah. When we built Zoopet, there were no NFTs at all on Fantom. So we didn't know how much of a popularity will be generative NFTs getting. So we did it pretty simple. It only has some ERC 721 standard. When you create an NFT, you can only specify the image, the name, the description, and we do not support anything else. This is pretty robust, but yet this is still pretty good working tool. And regarding attributes, we don't have that, but this would be a cool thing to support, I guess.
And so when I transfer that NFT from Fantom to Ethereum, I could sell it on OpenSea.
I think, yes, you will be able to do that. And you even will get royalty if you do that. Yeah, we're speaking about Ovary.io, I just realized. So yeah, you will be able to mint NFT on Fantom, and you will have a choice whether you want to sell it on Fantom or you want to bridge it to Ethereum and sell it there. Like, this will be a really seamless experience. So for example, you will be able to bridge, you will be able to sell on our marketplace, and you will be able to sell basically on every marketplace that supports our NFTs. Yeah, like on OpenSea if they decide to support us.
Okay, thanks.
Any other questions from the audience? There's one down the front here, guys.
Hello.
Hi.
Thank you for the presentation. Interesting. The question about Zoo and the token as well, is there any plans to create the governance framework around the project?
We have some, some basic governance things, like we have snapshot subdomain, which can be used to do some proposals, and then people with Zoo coins will actually vote for these proposals, whether they want it to be implemented or not. We actually have that, but we're actually not running some governance for a while because there were no topics we can actually run governance for. So far, things are pretty straightforward, and when we will need to know the community decision about the choice, we actually will run the governance vote in the snapshot tool we already have.
So you have integration with the snapshot, right?
Yeah.
And there is actually the question, like initial question about the integration with the Zoo. Like, is there any chances in the future that if something within the Fantom community is becoming popular and needed an integration with the Zoo, so it will be pushed somehow and implemented?
Oh, yeah, I know. Yeah, we can do such kind of proposals easily. You can come. Actually, we're open to any kind of suggestions. We're open to basically everything. All of you guys can just meet me after the speech and talk in person. So I think, yeah, we will work towards establishing the partnerships and integrations, and this can also be used with the snapshot tool. Yeah.
Okay, Thank you so much.
Thank you for the question.
Anyone else? And I think we'll wrap that up. Ivan from ZooCoin, thank you so much for that brilliant presentation. And thank you guys for all the amazing questions as well. That was fantastic. What's really nice to see is so much interaction going on, and I am keeping an eye on the comments on Brella as well. And big hello to John, who's very active there, who says, no, we're not awake, we're all busy programming, which is fantastic. And lots of you joining in from around the globe, saying you've all adjusted to UAE time so that you can stay up and take part in these sessions because you're all finding it so fascinating and interesting. And that is what the Fantom Developer Conference is all about, and we're so glad that you are doing that. It's amazing. How are you all doing this afternoon? Fantastic. A little bit more energy, which is always great. Are you all looking forward to an amazing night this evening? I'm telling you, it's going to be off the hook. You have no idea what's coming later tonight, so you've got to get your energy levels up. It's going to be amazing. We've got a fantastic session up next. It's on optimizing smart contracts, and it will be given to you by Sam Witch from PaintSwap.
Hello everyone. My name is Sam, and I'm going to be giving a talk about smart contract code size optimization, specifically beating the 24 kilobyte constraint. Some of you have probably never run into this if you're only dealing with relatively simple smart contracts, but the more complex they get and the more features you add, you're undoubtedly going to hit this. And I'm here to save you some of the agony that you're going to encounter and give you some tips on how to solve them. But before I do that, I'd like to introduce myself a bit more, because this is the first talk I've ever given, and there's probably a lot of people who don't know anything about me. So I'm a software engineer at heart. I love building things. I've been a professional software engineer for almost 10 years now, and I spend the majority of my spare time programming on various projects just because that's what I love to do. I've been fascinated by cryptocurrency for quite a few years now. And before I co-founded PaintSwap, I was a senior protocol engineer for another cryptocurrency project. So I understand the fundamentals quite well. And unlike a lot of people, I am just here for the tech side of it. And on PaintSwap specifically, I wrote pretty much all the smart contract code, as well as all the subgraphs and the API side. So what are we going to talk about? Well, for starters, what the current maximum contract size actually is, some things that should help in reducing it, and some things that might help, but they might not as well. And we'll go through some examples. Then we'll just do a rundown of everything we covered and some final conclusion points. And for any examples, I'm using Solidity 0.8.9, which is the current latest as of today. And I'm setting optimization and with a run of 1. So I'm assuming that the audience has some familiarity with Solidity in general. So we're going to be using Hardhat, which if you aren't using it, you can get here and follow the tutorial steps there. It's super helpful. And also install the plugin, the Hardhat contract sizer. So when you compile your smart contracts, you can see exactly what size they're going to be. And this is the options that you'll need to set to have that run. And then we'll just compile the code, and that will be the output. So we can see it's 0.06 kilobytes for this sample test. So when you come to deploy a smart contract, it cannot have a size greater than 24 kilobytes. So we'll take this contract, it's massive, trust me, and then we'll compile it, and oh no, it's above 24 kilobytes. And this is the warning you'll get, and it'll be in nice and red. It says it's a limit introduced in Spurious Dragon. This contract may not be deployable on mainnet. Consider enabling the optimizer with a low runs value, turning off reversions or using libraries. So those are some of the things we'll look at, but also a lot more. So let's see if we can get this down. So let's start off with a super simple smart contract, which just has one state variable, which is a public uint. And if you didn't know, making a variable public automatically creates a getter function for it. So it's essentially equivalent to this. When you compile the code on the left, you find that it has a contract size of 125 bytes, whereas the one on the right has 120 bytes. So by writing more code, we've saved 5 bytes. So let's look at why this is. So these are the opcodes for the function. I won't go through everything, but I'll go through some of the more important instructions. So the jump destination means that somewhere else in the code can jump to this instruction. Push 0 is pushing the number 0 onto the top of the stack, and the 0 in this case indicates storage slot 0, which is where our fee variable is located. And sload means get the value at the top of the stack, which is 0, go to that storage slot, and obtain the contents of that slot and push it onto the top of the stack. Now let's see the opcodes for the implicitly generated getter function for the fee state variable for the contract on the left. We can see that there's now an additional jump destination opcode. And I've highlighted in red all the new opcodes that don't appear in the function on the right. So there's actually now technically 2 functions generated, because a jump destination is typically the start of a function. So what's happening now is the tag 3 instruction will be called when the implicit getter is called. It's then going to push the tag 4 location onto the stack, call the same push 0 and sload, which is going to load the fee onto the top of the stack, and then it's going to jump to tag 4 location, and then execute the rest of the code. Why it does this, I'm not totally sure. So if you want to save yourself a few bytes, just write out the getter function yourself. But one thing to think about is, do you even need a getter function for this? if it's only used for developer purposes, there are ways that you can still read it from the blockchain, because even though something's private or internal, it's still publicly accessible, just not inside of a smart contract. And we're going to look at that now. So as I mentioned, state variables are stored in storage slots, and each of these is 32 bytes wide, or 256 bits. So here's a contract with two state variables. They're both private. So the first variable, fee, will go into the 0 storage slot, followed by each other variable. So in this case, it'll be storage slot 1 stores some var. And even though these are private, you can still access the contents of them with ethers using the getStorageAt function and the equivalent in Web3. So if you're creating getters for these for the sole purpose of being able to read them from a developer perspective, you need to think, do you even need to? Because these are adding bytes to your contract deployment. So for things like the fee, I would argue the public should be able to easily access that through like FTM scan. So for that, I would probably make a getter function for that. But for anything which you as a developer can easily access, then I wouldn't. Unless you've got spare contract size, then why not? So one of the things about storage slots is that you can actually fit multiple variables together into the same one if they fit. So in this case, we've got a contract that has a uint 128, 256 and 128 again. But they're put into the order that they're declared in the contract. So this is actually going to take up 3 storage slots. So if we take the same contract and switch these 2 variables around, so we've got the 256 first, followed by 2 128-bit variables, you can actually fit those 2 into the same storage slot. And this is going to save you 32 bytes. So you want to think about the order in which you declare state variables. And also, if you can put commonly used ones together, then that will be more efficient gas-wise as well, because you only have to read one storage slot to get access to multiple variables. So let's take this contract, which has 2 events declared, followed by 2 variables, a constructor for setting the variables initially, and 2 setter functions, which are going to emit the events when the value is changed, and then just a getter for one of the variables. So when you compile this, it's 483 bytes. But what if we remove the event declarations and the emitting of them? Well, that gets us down by a third. So to take anything away from this is that event emitting is quite expensive. But we're going to see how we can keep the same functionality, move it to another contract, and get this marketplace one a bit more leaner. So this contract is essentially the same as the other one, it's just called something else. And this is that same marketplace contract which has now replaced all that functionality it had before and is storing the address of the other contract, the NFT discount. So we're setting that in the constructor, and then our getter is just calling into that other contract to get the discount. And all the setting is now going to be handled by a completely different contract. And this gets our contract now down to 283 bytes, so we've reduced it by 200. So we're going to do the exact same as we did previously, but with only one variable instead of 2. So there's only one event emitted, there's only one variable, and one setter function. So we're going to move it into a new contract and call it in the same way we did previously. So this is still 283 bytes, but the previous code was now 236 bytes. So we've actually increased our contract size by moving it into a new contract and calling it, because there is a overhead cost of calling another contract's function, and that is outweighed the doing everything in the contract itself. So in this case, it's only beneficial for us to move the contract to another one if we had 2 variables and 2 functions, 2 events being emitted. So yeah, it's something to keep in mind. When you're moving stuff out, it might not actually help at all. One of the suggestions I often see online is if you're creating a modifier, is to move the contents of the modifier into a new function, because the modifier itself is basically copy and pasted into any function that is using it. So let's see how that looks. So we're going to create a contract that has an owner state variable, which is set to the constructor creator, message.sender. We're going to create a modifier called onlyOwner, and that's going to check that whoever is calling it is in fact the owner. So we have an aptly named function mustBeOwner, which is using the onlyOwner modifier. So let's move the contents of the modifier into a function. So we've created a function checks is owner, and we've moved the requires clause into it. Let's see how the bytecodes look. So without using a function, it's 206 bytes, and using one is 215 bytes. So we've actually increased our contract size by following this advice. But this is because creating a function adds some overhead, as we've seen before. So in this instance, it's not beneficial to create a function, but we'll see a place where it is. So we're using the same contract as before, but we've added an extra function, mustBeOwner2, which is also using the onlyOwner modifier. So if we use the same procedure as before, where we take the contents of the modifier, move it into a function, checks is owner, and then calls that, we find that the deployed bytecode for not using a function is 278 bytes, and using one is 245 bytes. So we've saved 33 bytes by following this advice. And this was only because we're using two functions with the modifier. With only one, it wasn't worth it because of the function overhead that we saw previously. So one of the common implementations of Ownable is by OpenZeppelin, and this is what a lot of people use. And if we have a look at the code, we find that their onlyOwner modifier does not use a function. So we will not get the contract saving benefits by using them. We'll have to implement it ourselves. So using dynamic storage types like string is actually quite expensive. If we take this contract, which just has a function with a requires clause that's passing in the string hello, the deployed contract size is 219 bytes. Take the same contract, remove the string, we find it's only 167 bytes. And this is because of how strings are ABI encoded into functions. So that even though we're passing two variables, it's actually taking up an array of 4 32-byte numbers. So the first one is the Boolean expression we're passing in. I've just set it to true, just so that there wasn't loads of zeros. The next is the offset of the string into this array, which is 64 bytes. This is all hexadecimal. The next one is the length of the string, followed by the actual string contents itself. So the string is taking up 3 32-byte size in this call. So following on from that, let's create a contract called marketplace. It's got a function makeBid and another function called checkBid, which is going to check a load of the preconditions before you actually try to make a bid. Which is going to check that the bid is higher than the current bid, that the sale hasn't ended, that you aren't trying to bid on your own item, and there's a load of other checks that you might want to do. But as we saw, the require clauses with strings are quite expensive. So let's see how we can lower that. So what we can do is move it into a library, and then import that library into the marketplace contract, and then makeBid will just call that function. One important thing to note is that the library function should be external, otherwise they are embedded in the contract and you don't actually gain any contract size benefits. And because libraries use delegate call, we can use things like message.sender inside there, and it will still be the same as if makeBid had called it. So that's one of the benefits of using libraries. But you need to know that if you're using external in a library, you need to then manually deploy it and then link it into the contract. So this is how you do that with ethers, for instance. So for the examples that I've shown in this talk, I've used the optimizer with a runs setting of 1. And to set the optimizer in hard hat, you would update the config file like so. A common misconception is that the value for runs is how many times the optimizer is going to run, but that's not actually the case. What it means is how many times you expect the smart contract itself to run. So a higher value would tend to more gas-efficient code at the expense of contract size. So a lower value would give you a better contract size for the deployment, but not necessarily optimized for gas usage. So I thought I would put the optimizer to a test, and I ran it through a very complicated smart contract that I was always hitting the smart contract size limit for, and I used a different number of runs for it, and this is the results I got. So kind of a very low number of runs, like 1 to 10. It started off at 23.8 kilobytes, and then as expected, up to about 50, it was increasing. But then it reached the point where I was actually going down, and then for some reason around 300 to 320, it went down dramatically, and it was at this point I was actually able to run my smart contract efficiently. I don't know why, but 320 seems to be a better number for me than the default 200, so it gives you a smaller contract size and a better gas optimized code. So for this particular contract, 320 was the optimum, and with no optimization, it was about 40 kilobytes. So using the optimizer with any number of runs is a lot better than not using the optimizer at all, so make sure you're using it. So what are some of the things we've covered in this talk? Definitely use the optimizer, and also play around with the runs values. It might surprise you, especially at the lower end. Move functions into a library. Make variables private and create your own getters for them. Or, if you don't even need the getters, don't use them at all and use the get storage functions. Like you can use them Web3 and ethers. And where appropriate, refactor out some code to another contract, but only if you're taking with it things like event emitting and extra functions, because otherwise the cost may not be beneficial. And for more advanced reading, there's the proposal 2535, which is the Diamond's multi-facet proxy. This gets into a bit more complicated territory, but it's also, if you plan on having an upgradable contract where you can add and remove things, this is definitely something to look for. But it's going to add quite a lot of complexity to your contracts. And thanks for watching, everyone.
Thanks so much to Sam Witch there from Paint Swap for that great presentation. How are you guys doing this afternoon? I'm so glad we still got some energy in the room. It's amazing. Don't forget, we've got our big gala dinner coming your way a little bit later on today. You've got to get your energy up for that. It's going to be amazing. I know some of you have been tired. I've seen images of some of you guys hanging around in the chill out areas working at 3, 4 a.m. this morning, which is fantastic because, of course, we have got the hackathon currently going on, the $1 million Fantom DC Hackathon Bounty, sponsored by Harry Ye, Managing Director at Quantum FinTech Group. All the information is on the links on our social media pages. Make sure you check it out. Don't forget, if you are heading to socials, do mention us, hashtag FantomDC and also Fantom Foundation. We would love that because we've been sharing lots and lots of your videos and images. It's been fantastic, and we hope you're all learning and collaborating and taking advantage of what's happening here. And it's really nice to see people when they come out of the auditorium just kind of congregating and networking and sharing ideas. It's been fantastic. That's what this is all about. Our next presentation is going to be a great one. It's on decentralizing infrastructure. Please welcome up Josh Neuroth, Head of Product at Anchor, and also Devesh Gupta. He's the founder of Millennium Club DAO. Hi guys, how you doing? Come on guys, give them a round of applause! Woohoo!
Thank you. All right. Well, hey guys, my name is Josh Neuroth. As that awesome intro was, I lead product at a company called Anchor. And this is Devesh. Want to introduce yourself?
Thank you so much, guys, for having us here. I am Devesh Gupta, more commonly known here as Fury Dave.
And I'm from Millennium Club DAO, and we do what we do because we love what we do.
Yeah, awesome. We're going to be talking about decentralizing infrastructure specifically, and really like, what does that even mean? I think there's been some other presentations today around that. So on the screen here, you can see that we're going to be talking about nodes today, and there's really two types of nodes that are more or less present in every blockchain, including Fantom. First is full nodes, and the second is validators. And so if you don't know what a node is, those are the two types. The validators really serve the network, right? They're building consensus on the networks, and the full nodes are what serve the developers and the projects. So, Devesh, I know that you've been running many nodes. Can you tell us a little bit about how you got started running nodes? Because your background is law.
Yeah.
And now you're running nodes.
Yeah, so this just started with a hobby or my passion for machinery, and that's how I entered the crypto space back in 2013. Normally the guys who are into hardware start with mining, so that's how my journey started. So I suffered the proof of work mechanism for 4 years before finding out I did not need to do that.
Yeah.
So once I learned about Fantom, the technology they were building, the proof of stake mechanism, how it works, it was really mind-altering the amount of energy, power we had previously wasted just to validate a few transactions, and Fantom can do maybe 1000x that with an ounce of a power as compared to that. So that's when I first learned about validator nodes and what they did and how they operated. But the technicals were still very far away from me, as you can imagine. Having no technical background, I just had to rely on the community, on the folks from Fantom team, Fantom previous node operators. They helped me out, they showed me the documentation. Like, you can believe me, when I started running nodes, I had to Google what sudo was. So if that stage can reach to a place where I'm running 2 validators for a prestigious network like Fantom, anyone amongst you can do that.
Yeah. So what you're saying is you don't develop anything, like you're not an engineer, your background is law, but yet you learn to run nodes and validators yourself.
Exactly. With zero, like, I never coded in my life. I can't code. I can read code a bit, but execute code maybe.
Yeah.
Copy paste code, but not write code.
Yeah. That's really amazing. So just using what was available in the community, on the Discords, reaching out to the Fantom community, you basically taught yourself how to run nodes. So what was the first node that you ran after you got out of the mining business?
So, I mean, I guess it's not a surprise, it was Fantom.
Love it. And can you tell us a little bit about your story? Because I know you founded Millennium Club DAO, and now you guys are running nodes on Fantom and many other networks. But what's been extraordinary is you're teaching people now, right, to run nodes. Can you tell us a little bit about that?
So it all started on one random distant Discord server where I ran into one of my close friends now who's running validators under the name of Pathrock Network. So he's the guy who actually helped me out in that first day where I was like, okay, I don't want to rent this VPS for 10 euros. Like, what am I going to do with it? So I had no Ubuntu background. So he's the one who helped me, who pushed me, who taught me all of that, the first basic steps. And from there it started. I gained more knowledge, more help, and then more nodes were born. So once I experienced that, once I saw that someone could open that door for me, that's what I wanted to do for everyone around me. And
yeah. And so, but running the nodes, unlike mining, like just running a node isn't necessarily profitable, right? But I know you've had a lot of doors open because you've run nodes. So can you tell us a little bit about some of those doors that have been opened for you?
Of course. Like that door, I wouldn't be here. So that's a very small example to say, but what really happened when I started validating for these networks, I started gaining more interaction with the communities on these networks. So I was there validating for Polygon, Avalanche, and I can't really keep on the list, it's a long one. And when I interacted with these communities, I realized what these folks were building and what's important and what's not. So that's how I chose the chains on which I wish to validate for. It's the community and technology which I followed in that order.
Right. That's really amazing. And then you were telling me earlier that what, a 14-year-old just reached out and wanted to run a
Yeah, the lights are too strong. He may be just sitting outside somewhere there. So yeah, he was really interested in running nodes, and he was really interested with how this everything worked. So we brought him on board on Millennium Club. He's on the Discord right now. And there's an upcoming incentivized testnet. We are sharing guides, telling him where to get what hardware, and I'm sure he'll be a validator within 6 months.
Love it, love it, love it. And now, you know, validators it's an earning opportunity now. You know, what are some, just for those community knows, as a validator, you know, how can you as a validator earn from the chain itself?
So the easiest and confirmed earnings which you will get is in your proof of stake earnings. So for example, if a BTC miner gets hardware and starts mining BTC, that's the output they get. In POS chains, when you run a validator node, you have to have some collateral as security, so as ensure that you don't misbehave in the network, so to speak. So once you provide that collateral as security, you earn a fixed APY on that collateral, along with the most important part, the transaction fee. Currently, the Fantom network is being boosted by the initial set of emissions which the team has planned. However, what people fail to realize is that the transaction fee is rising daily.
Yes.
As a validator, I'm very happy with the more use Fantom network sees, because that's where I earn from. In the long run, the emissions will die out, but with the higher transaction count, I'm pretty sure we can beat the emissions we have right now.
Yeah, so basically, like whenever you transfer an asset on the blockchain, you are essentially paying a gas fee. And that in proof of stake, that gas fee goes to validators, right?
Exactly.
And as, you know, one of the, you know, I think Ethereum's gas fee at this very moment is like $100 US per transaction.
If you're lucky.
If you're lucky.
I paid
it could be higher.
$238.
It could be, yes. So a lot of the new layer ones are working on lowering the gas fees, which ultimately means the validators earn less money. But there's a trade-off because it makes the chain more popular. So there's a higher volume of transactions to kind of fund the validators. So what have you seen with like your validators so far?
I think the biggest example I can provide you is last week. So Fantom had a days when the transaction count on Fantom chain has exceeded Ethereum on that day. So that is when Fantom has barely scratched the surface. There's so much being built, and we're like Andre has made a few quotes. I won't quote them again, but we're expecting a lot more load. Like this is the light days. With the new updates the team is bringing out, with the new quick sync, with the lower gas fee which we're about to see soon, the higher transaction count from games like Rarity will just increase tenfold, 100-fold. We don't know, we can't imagine. When Rarity was released, we did not imagine the amount of users who would flock just to play that game.
Right.
Gaming NFTs is the future, so you can imagine if a game like Rocket League or any popular Steam game, the amount of users they have. Imagine if they can earn in that game while playing it as well.
Right. So it's really an amazing opportunity that like anyone, like maybe someone's a retail investor and they're like, how do I get more involved? They could literally come to Millennium DAO, learn how to run a validator or a full node, and potentially like have some doors open in the community if they get involved, or even earn through the, you know.
Completely. So the hidden income stream, which people don't really realize in the short term, is from delegations. So if I am active in the Fantom ecosystem for this long, I started Validator 37 back in July 2020. So people know that, okay, Fury is here and he won't run away, he won't close the node down, and he'll continue acting in the ecosystem. So if folks like anyone has, say, lesser amount of Fantom than the collateral and they still want to stake, they have to delegate to an existing node.
Right.
So they'll only delegate to nodes or people they trust. So if you're active in the community, in the ecosystem, if you provide support to other projects, if you help people, they will help you back. And once you get those delegations, you earn a fee. So basically, since you're the one who's running the server, who's providing the service, and the user is only earning the staking APY without any cost, like zero cost. Okay, like a transaction cost of 1 cent. So 1 cent is the cost. So that's all the cost they have, and they still earn the same APY as everyone else, minus the fee, the validator charges.
So right now on Fantom, you need 1 million FTM as a self-stake, right, to get validated?
It's reduced to 500K, but should be effective within 1 or 2 weeks max.
Right. So not everyone has that, but what Devesh is saying is, you know, you can delegate to a validator if you don't have that and continue to earn.
Exactly. So there is a big trend and shift that people are seeing with the advent of DeFi culture. People feel like, okay, this DeFi platform can earn me a 50% APY on my Fantom, why would I stake? What people fail to understand, DeFi platforms come with a very large inherent risk. You have to trust those contracts, trust those developers with your funds. So like just yesterday, 6 p.m., one of the major DeFi protocols was hijacked by an exploit. So, you know, funds are not always as safe as you want them to be.
Yeah.
Now comes the staking part. If you're staking in a blockchain, that has the highest degree of safety than any other mechanism out there. If I'm earning 12% APY on my Fantom, I know I'm earning 12% and I'll get back my principal and the 12% at the end of the day. If I'm staking it on a DeFi platform, I can't sleep. I can't sleep. I will just be, okay, my phone, my Discord, you know, it's...
You know, what's fascinating about this, and we say this at Anchor a lot, is that, you know, in Web3, it's effectively like money embedded in the infrastructure, and that's like a really, really interesting concept, right?
It's quite new still, because people, when they experiment, they prefer cloud VPSs and cloud AWS type structures, because they don't have to plan much for them. They can just start it up and be like, okay, now we need more resources, click of a button, and it happens. But I don't think that's sustainable in the longer run. AWS, for example, it's an amazing service. It's the best of the best. However, it's not really oriented at the blockchain industry.
That's right. That's right. And that brings up kind of like the heart of this panel is really on decentralizing infrastructure. So I saw recently that almost 40% of all blockchain nodes are ran in the public cloud. So it doesn't have a majority, but it's definitely growing, probably because it's easy to use, it's somewhat of a one-click deployment. What kind of services have you guys? You guys are deploying nodes on validators, you're deploying full nodes as well. So I think you guys use bare metal a lot, right?
Only.
Yes,
like,
that's great.
I don't like cloud servers, I'm sorry. I like to know my machine is mine. So what essentially a cloud server is, assume, of course not assume, I'm sure Josh has like the heaviest computers out there. So assume he has a super beefy bare metal server. Now he wants to rent it out. No single user would always want that heavy a server. So what AWS or similar providers do, they divide a larger machine into smaller virtual machines per se and give complete access to that virtual part. Now, the worst case, what can happen in such a scenario, the primary machine which is hosting multiple VPSs, it fails or restarts due to some unknown reason. That happens not one, not two, but all the nodes on that machine die immediately.
Yes, yes.
So that's the biggest concern for cloud services. Whereas for
we've really discovered, like at Anchor, we don't run any nodes in the public cloud. We only use bare metal, and now we're even getting into the co-location business as well, going to the same data centers that Netflix and AWS themselves use, and hosting nodes there. And I think that's really a good thing. It creates that kind of self-sovereignty in the ecosystem. If you're running the servers, and basically you control like the entire server at that point.
Exactly. So I think Anchor is one of the only entities in the position where they can make such impact or such change. So how are you guys planning the bare metal scene?
Yeah, so we started kind of wanting to build a cloud, and then in doing that, we created all these partnerships with data center providers, and those effectively opened up a lot of doors for us. So we have a little bit more economies of scale now, where we can do partnerships and get better pricing and whatnot from data center providers. And one of the things that kind of, as we did that, we realized effectively that we're in this interesting kind of like existential crisis, because as a node provider, we're effectively providing nodes as a service to the community. And essentially, if you think about like a blockchain, it's a decentralized system by default, right? But, a node is only so powerful. A single node is only so powerful. And so what we've seen over the last, as crypto, as the market cap has gone up, as adoption has happened, is projects really need multiple nodes to effectively scale. And so as a service provider, that's great, like more business for us, but effectively kind of centralizes us. So I have a slide here to kind of show this to the community here. So if you think about like what we do at Anchor, is we have a load balancer, and we balance load between all these nodes that we effectively run. And I think the issue here is that it effectively, we take that decentralized system, right, and we begin to start centralizing it. So if you think about all the node providers out there that are effectively doing this, and so one of the things that we've been working on for a while is pulling decentralization into ourselves. And so we just announced Anchor Protocol today, which effectively does this, but you guys have been running nodes for us. So, you know, it's really interesting how that is. So what are your thoughts on like kind of this balance between decentralization and centralization in nodes?
So I think what the majority fail to understand when they try to dissect this topic is decentralization is not an end goal. It's just a process.
Yes.
You can't just say, okay, we have 30 nodes, this is decentralized, and 29 is centralized. It's not a hard line that, okay, this is decentralization and centralization. So as you may know, Fantom network started with a lesser number of nodes like any other network. And slowly the Satoshi coefficient, as they call it, or the number of nodes needed to stop a single network, keeps on increasing as more nodes come online. The first collateral requirement for a 5 million Fantom, 0.1% of the maximum supply. So you can imagine at current prices, that's like $12 million. So I can't expect someone there to just, okay, this looks nice, I'll just whip out my bank account, 12 million, and you know. So it became difficult. So that's when the collateral kept decreasing. And Andre quoted a couple of days ago that initially the security was needed, so it was more centralized, and as the number of nodes kept on increasing, the level of decentralization started increasing. At one point, we're expecting 100, 500, and 1,000 nodes, so you can imagine the decentralization would just keep on increasing.
Yeah, so I think one of the things we can do is if like companies like Anchor, if we, through the Anchor DAO and the protocol, we start getting the community to run nodes, it helps with the decentralizing effort. But yet we have more work to do long term, because effectively to really bring full decentralization, it's going to be a multi-year process, I think, as we look at like how do we build a decentralized load balancer, right? Like that's a big question that we're working on right now and trying to figure out, right? So ultimately, if we fully decentralize the node as a service, right, you have a blockchain that's highly scalable, high performance, but also can't really be shut down by anyone, right? Because
Fantom is already there, I would say. Try shutting it down. My node's not going down.
Right. So we've been on this journey a while, and you know we've been getting closer and closer and closer to it. So it's really interesting in that sense. Yeah. So what's next for Millennium Club DAO?
Very honestly, the path for the DAO has rarely been chosen by the DAO.
Yeah.
The path is what the opportunities brought us. So we just try to latch on to the good networks while they're being built. Most of our members are testnet operators in all of the chains where they find the potential, where they feel there is a future, where they feel that something new is being made. So once you are in the testnet, you always get a chance to join the validating set at Genesis. So I think that's the smartest move anyone in the room can make at this point, because then you have full support from team, from community. You may have the luck of finding delegations at beginning, so it becomes easier to join a network at Genesis and harder as time passes.
Sure.
So like 1.5 years ago, 3.175 million Fantom was like $40,000-$50,000. So you could have run a node for $50,000. And right now, yeah, even a 100K Fantom node would probably set you back by like 350K.
Are you saying validators?
Sorry?
Or just a full node? You're saying validators, right?
Validators, of course. For full nodes, you don't need collateral.
Yes. So let's talk about this, because when we're talking about this system here, like Anchor is working on decentralizing validators. We already did it with our ETH2 solution. We haven't done it for Fantom yet. But if you don't have that like amount of money to stake as a validator, really like so far there's not been a lot of incentives to run a full node, right? We talked about at the beginning, like full nodes are really what projects and developers need to use, but yet Millennium Club you guys have been incentivized by some of the foundations to run full nodes, and now with Anchor Protocol, you'll be incentivized as well. So how has that process been?
I remember the first full node I ran. It was for Fantom, no surprise.
Right.
So when I ran the first full node, there was a project who needed some help. They wanted to to access a node and they couldn't find something reliable. So I'm like, okay, I'm a validator. I feel it's my duty to help the network. So I spun one up and gave it to the guy.
Yep.
A week later, I am like, okay, he needs 3 more, and now he's asking if he can pay me for them. I'm like, that was the day I realized RPC servers can get paid. Like, he mentioned that they're rarely incentivized. They're not. Not rarely, they are not incentivized. If you run a full node, you run it because you want to. No one will pay you for it. Till now.
Yep, and that's we have a slide here. Today we announced Anchor Protocol here for 5 chains. And so with Anchor Protocol, we will be incentivizing node operators, right, to join the network. I think we have, you guys have been running nodes for us, and then throughout kind of all, as well as our validators, we have over 200 node providers now. So it's really amazing to see that. And effectively, the barrier to entry on full nodes is like so much less than validators because you just need the server.
Exactly. Zero collateral. You just need a full copy of the blockchain, which is staying synced, and you can access it for past data, current data, or if you're building a DeFi project, you have charts. Like I think the easiest way to differentiate between a validator node and a full node is Fantom is a blockchain. It works in a single factor that blocks are created and transactions are stored in those blocks. So validators are those nodes which create those blocks. Full nodes are those nodes which store those blocks only. So to create, you need to store and do extra functions. But for a full node, you just have a full copy of the blockchain, which is completely synced all the time. So if you're running a project, you need to access or use the blockchain, you need a full node. If you want to actually POS or stake or actually make those blocks, then you need a validator. So one is just growing the chain, one is using the chain. That's the biggest difference.
That's right. That's a great analogy, and I can tell you've like trained a lot of people on like these nodes, right? Because you've simplified the language so much. But like, you know, in doing that, like let's talk about some of the challenges that you run into running a full node, because really all the time, I think anyone that runs a full node will know we have something called block height, right? And block height means that your node is at the current block or close to it. I think maybe 1 or 2 behind. So in your experience, can you talk a little bit about the challenges of keeping the node at block height? Like what does someone have to do to make sure the node stays at block height?
So I think the biggest issue people face is when they don't try to understand or they miss some of the requirements or the hardware needed to run a node.
Yeah.
For example, many of the faster chains like Fantom would need NVMe hard disks, which have really high input-output per second speeds. So folks just use a normal SATA disk or a regular disk, and then when they run the blockchain, it'll synchronize fine. Like it'll go fine, okay, it's moving ahead. But once it's close to the block height, to the latest block, it won't get there. The last few blocks will always be behind, and it will never be able to keep up with the speed of the blockchain. Because let's face it, technology has been changing so fast. We were using parallel ADA hard disks at one point. Then came SATA, then came SSD, NVMe.
They're too slow. I can tell you from our experience at Anchor is that I think let's call this out. Like one interesting is like most blockchains, including Ethereum, were really built for like the consumer, prosumer hardware on the servers. But as we've needed faster and faster and higher TPS on chains, the requirements on the server side have gone up a lot, and they're growing every day.
Truly.
Right, and so you called out, I think that was a great call out, that NVMe storage is really necessary, and we agree with that at Anchor. Like almost all of our servers now are NVMe. And that's something that you can't even get that performance really in the public cloud. Like
you can't.
Right.
Whenever you rent a VPS, they may mention NVMe.
VPS stands for Virtual Private Server.
Yes, the cloud server. Whenever you rent a cloud server, they may mention NVMe, but they don't mention the speed. So NVMe is just a technology. It can be it's like saying we have a fast car. Right. How fast? They didn't really write it. So.
Right. Yeah, and so effectively this kind of creates an issue because full nodes are getting more expensive to run because the servers are the requirements are greater, right? And up until now, you're not really incentivized to do that, so it's like diminishing returns. So I think Anchor Protocol can help out with this. I know other projects are working on solutions like this as well. So it'll be interesting to see kind of where this goes and if we can get more people, running full nodes. In addition to block height, right? So keeping at block height, you mentioned how disk speed is really important, right? What are some other challenges? Because the chains themselves often have updates.
Of course. So as you know, there was a recent Get update a couple of weeks ago. So that was a serious security issue.
Right.
So if you had not updated your node would have crashed. That was not true just for Ethereum. That was also true for BSC and a couple of other chains.
Yes.
So, they're all rushed to the parent chain when an update is go. Everyone is running around trying to fix it. And the next release is really important in those cases.
Right.
So when that update was launched, I think the worst hit was Binance chain because their servers were the most late to update. So
yeah, we had our engineers like up all night that night, updating all of our nodes.
Lots of Millennium Club members were not sleeping either.
Yeah, when those critical updates happen, you have to be very fast. And I think that's like a lot of the value of like what like a DAO like Millennium Club can offer is a community where people are like, oh, crap, I have to update my node right now. Like, what do I do? And you can help.
Exactly. So that's what we did. When that update launched, we had multiple announcements tagging everyone, guys.
Right.
We need this right now. You have a deadline, and some folks still missed, but majority did it.
Yeah. So effectively, like, what happens if you don't update your node on time?
It just stops. It just crashes, and then if you're unlucky, you will have to resync from a long checkpoint back.
You get out of block height. It's a slow process. Anyone that runs full nodes that you guys know that like if you get out of block height too far, it can take a really long time to fully synchronize to the peer-to-peer system. Right?
And this problem is actually accentuating further. The issue is when more users are using a blockchain, the TPS increases, the size of the database for that blockchain also increases. So imagine if you miss the first month of syncing. That's when the chain launched. It's barely any transactions, completely empty. So if you start syncing from scratch, it'll initially sync super fast, but then it'll keep on going slow and slow till you reach the end when Rarity gets released and nodes get, oh shit, so many transactions.
Right. So I think this is like so there's a concept called a snapshot, right? So some chains offer snapshots to the community. Maybe they're taken, and for those of you that don't know what a snapshot is, it's really an entire copy of the blockchain that maybe it's like a zip file or something like that, and you can download it and update it. But as this becomes a bigger issue, we might need to look at like making daily snapshots available to the community. So what have you seen? You guys are working on. You're running nodes for Fantom, for Polygon, for Avalanche, right? For other networks as well. Like, what's the situation with snapshots right now?
Well, each chain, each foundation has their own system of maybe getting this to work. So for example, Polygon is the fastest which will come to mind. They provide monthly snapshots.
Yeah.
They'll probably
but still, if you install that snapshot, you might have to catch up a whole month.
I did actually. Yeah. So if I use a snapshot which is a month old, because of the heavy transaction load, it still takes like 5 days to catch up, like a month of data.
Right.
Which is not sustainable in the longer term.
Yes, exactly. So maybe we need to work with the chains. I think this is an opportunity for companies like Anchor and Millennium Club is like more people, if they host snapshots, it can be an amazing community service because helps all the full nodes get back at block height.
Exactly. So Fantom has actually a multitude of solutions for that aspect. So one is which they are coming up with, and it will be called Quick Sync. So of course, you'll be able to sync to the current block height, and the previous data will be synced a little slower, but you will be able to validate immediately or much faster than previous.
Right. So in that case, the most recent blocks are synced first and kind of backfill the back.
Yeah. So you have checkpoints in middle, and you just store state of those checkpoints, and the previous data keeps on syncing, and then you just, the blockchain validates it over time.
Yeah. Now, I know, I think what's really fascinating is we've seen incredible growth on the Fantom network, especially recently. Like adoption is like skyrocketing and all that. You guys are. I think like the stability of the network often has a lot to do with that. So what are some things that you've seen in just like maybe Fantom compared to other chains? We don't have to call anyone else out.
Of course.
But like, what are some things that make you Fantom unique compared to other chains?
I think the biggest aspect is people just rely on the validated nodes. They think if the nodes are not performing well, the network will slow down. That's not at all what happens. The problem are the full nodes. because they are not incentivized, the full nodes are acting at very low capacity, are very low hardware, so they can't handle the transaction load which users are facing. So as a validator, the node can create blocks, but if a user is trying to interact with a DeFi platform, their request goes to a full node. The full node, if it can't accept that request in a timely manner, user will just say, oh, this blockchain is so slow, I'll just shift to some other chain. They don't realize the blockchain is the fastest, but it's the RPC server which was failing.
That's right. The RP, that's a really, really important thing, because the network slowness is really on RPC, the full
Exactly. That is why the foundations contacted Millennium Club to get those RPC servers fixed.
Right. So basically what that means, if we can get, like, I think as a community, right, like, we can actually, and one thing we've seen is, like, as more nodes have been added to the aggregators, like Anchor acquired Fantom tools from Casper Nice, which has been an amazing tool. And we've seen that kind of take the majority traffic on the network, right? But as more nodes have been added, it's been able to scale faster and faster, which has ultimately, there's a correlation between, like, the usage and the price of Fantom as well, which is really interesting.
That's just simply demand and supply. I can't explain economics to everyone. We all know, like, the two phrases this conference has. Fantom bomb!
Right. But we're saying that, you know, like good RPCs, good full nodes can help really improve adoption. So I think we have an interesting, just to pause for a second, we have kind of this interesting thing. So really anyone in the community can start running a full node. There's resources out there. If you don't know how to program or develop, you know, you can do that, which is awesome. And now with Anchor Protocol, there's incentives now. We just announced today that we're incentivizing node operators with up to 10 million.
10 million US dollars, people, please.
Yes. So that's a huge announcement. You know, we want to get more node providers, and I think there's other opportunities, you know, maybe with the foundation and grants that Fantom Foundation has to get even more than that as well. But getting those nodes onto the platform, adding them, sharing the idle compute, you know, with the network allows the network to grow. It allows projects to use the RPC as a service, and it potentially, ultimately, adoption can help the token itself grow.
Exactly. Yeah. So that has been the concept of Millennium Club DAO since day one. So, as the saying goes, build it and they shall come.
Yes. So we've seen amazing, you know, results around that. So we've been working on kind of, I think something here is that, you know, a lot of the foundations have these public RPCs, like public networks, but they're often rate limited or whatever. One thing we're doing with Anchor is we're trying to use our own protocol to build effectively like a more or less unmetered public RPC. So we've been working on that. We have several. I'll put some on the screen here. You guys are all free to try these out. We want you to beat them up. Ultimately, we're working on adding more nodes to these so we can effectively scale them indefinitely, which, you know, I'm working right now on getting servers, you know, to the community. We're building a custom server at Anchor specifically for blockchain, which is really exciting. And let me talk about that for a second. I think, like, one thing is, if you go out to like DigitalOcean or AWS right now, there really isn't a VPS or any bare metal out there that is effectively made for blockchain, right? And so that's something we're trying to solve right now too. And I think we have done that. So, you know, let's talk about like this public RPC and like maybe the value of that. So what the public RPC is it's essentially an endpoint to the full nodes, right?
Right.
An endpoint to that load balancer that's distributing traffic across the full nodes. And so, you know, how have you seen, like, what's your opinion on kind of public RPCs and where that's going?
Public RPCs till now were not really incentivized, as we said before.
Yeah.
So not much focus was given there, as everyone wanted to use it, but no one wanted to provide it.
Yeah. Right.
So now, because of folks like Josh and Anchor and foundations who are realizing that the real bottleneck is not the validators, but the RPC servers, these things are getting more traction and more importance is being given. So now the foundations are more aware that, okay, this is a loophole or this is a problem that we need to fix if we are ready to onboard the next set of future users.
Right.
So if Anchor is entering that space and providing this service to them, they'll gobble you up. I mean, he will be asking you for more time, and
I know there's actually a project here that is sending over 300 million requests per day at the RPC right now. So, and it's handling it really well, right? And then we have Ethereum, that's I think one of the first public RPCs that's unmetered too. So we'll see how that works out there in the market too. So tell us how we can, someone can get involved in Millennium Club. We have your website and your Twitter up there, but you guys primarily are active on Discord.
Discord, yeah. So one thing I learned from the Fantom ecosystem, don't use Telegram. It's just not as user-friendly as Discord.
Right.
It may look easy, but the trade-off is huge. Imagine missing out on some of the best opportunities just because you were too lazy to join Discord.
Yeah.
I'm not kidding. That's exactly what is happening in this space. Everyone tries to enter new projects and, they join the Telegram groups. They keep scrolling and reading. Half an hour later, they're like, okay, now we're all caught up. And then someone tells them, oh, there's something interesting on Discord. They're like, no, we've had enough, we've read, and, maybe it's good, maybe it's not. So they just skip the Discord part. What they don't understand, the true development which is being done, is mostly now on Discord. All the major communities are now being shifted to Discord. Like we have all the chains I validate on are on Discord. I don't go regularly on Telegram. So once you join those groups, you will really understand the people who are interacting with those blockchains. When you meet them, you understand what the blockchain and community is all about. That's what truly opens doors. You can't just expect to run nodes and be like, okay, I'll be called to the next Fantom blockchain conference and on the stage.
Right. I know you were showing me earlier your list. How many Discords are you on now?
I can't count. Right.
More than 100?
I got Discord Nitro, so maybe 180, 170.
Wow. So one of the things we've seen at Anchor too is like Telegram. We started with Telegram. I think most crypto projects were working on Telegram early on, and we still use it a lot, right? We still have an active community. We do a lot of deals, which is a whole nother topic. But one of the issues with Telegram is like, you can't really verify someone's identity. There's like no way to do that.
Exactly.
So we can't DM anyone because
so many scams on Telegram.
There's so many scams.
Like it's there on Discord as well, but Telegram is like 10x.
Yeah. So I think the moral of the story is like, especially if you're watching this stream today, get involved in the Discords and like the Fantom Communities Discord, Millennium DAOs. You can join the Anchor Discord as well. And reach out to people. So one of the things about Discord is like every avatar kind of has your role in the project, right?
Exactly.
And it's verifiable. Like if you
can attach your social media profile so that people can authenticate. Okay, they're not just here on Discord. They have some other social profiles with histories.
Yeah.
So on Discord, what I have seen when you try to interact in these spaces, those are the real contacts which last longer. On Telegram, it's all a fleeting, long conversation. Once the messages go up, they stay up. On Discord, you have channels for specific topics. So when you join those channels, you have specific areas of your interest where you interact with. So for example, let's say you want to run a full node and you have zero clue. Like you don't know what Ubuntu is. You were probably looking to Google sudo soon like I did at one point. You can join our Discord on Millennium Club, ask questions. We have channels for each network separately made. We have folks who will answer and help you out because they want to, not because they are getting paid to. That's the community we have built from scratch. Someone helped me at one point when I had zero idea about all of this. So that's the thing which we are carrying forward. That's the tradition which we take forward. We have new members asking questions, wanting to join, and we want to push them and empower them to take benefit of the blockchain space and the future.
Yeah, I think that's so important. Like, working at a company that has a token, right? Lots of people are always reaching out, DMing me, asking questions and whatever. But I think as a retail investor, like a lot of retail investors should be getting involved in the Discords, right? Trying to, figure out what can they do? Can they run a full node? Like there's so many opportunities by taking that extra step and, getting involved.
Exactly.
Awesome. Well, I think we have a few minutes left here. Let's transition into Q&A. You've been asking like really tough questions every single presentation, so I want you to ask me some tough questions. So what do you got for me, and then we'll open up to the community.
Firstly, I think the most curious part which I am about is the bare metal services you guys are starting.
Yeah.
That's not just my passion. Like I'm really curious about that.
Yeah. So I'm a pretty big hardware buff. I grew up like making PCs and hacking routers and installing DDWRT, and I spent 7 years working in infrastructure as a service. And I think, I've helped build networks for Roblox and Cloudflare and all that too. And I think there's a big opportunity to build effectively like a made-for-blockchain server and to offer that to the community. It's high-performing, but really the key is getting these servers in like every major country. Because like right now, latency can be really high depending on where you're at in the world. So that's one thing I'm very passionate about is doing that. We're very close on announcing that soon. It's pretty ridiculous the performance you get on it, and we're shipping them to like 200 data centers. So Millennium Club can get some of them first, but yeah.
I would want more than some.
Yeah, it's awesome. And honestly, the pricing is actually lower than AWS if you average it out. So it's amazing. So that's coming soon. That'll be available through Anchor and to our node providers, and we can use the grants to purchase those and all that. So that's exciting, yeah.
That's an essential service. I mean, that's literally an essential service.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and we'll rent them out to our users too. If you need a private RPC, we can do that as well. But we'll have that hardware available soon. So, what else you got for me?
I think I'll let the community ask the hard ones. If anyone is sour over my questions, now's your chance.
I think we got a couple mics in the space right over here.
Anyone? Maybe I should just go down and ask them.
Gentleman here.
Yeah.
I'm just curious about your made-for-blockchain server. Are you using custom hardware, or is it just a configuration or a VPS running on off-the-shelf parts? And there's a second part, but first, can you answer this one?
Yeah, so in order to decrease the cost to the community, we are going to use like readily available parts that effectively anyone you could go build it yourself too. But I think one of the things is like Anchor wants to share that with the community. Like we want if by incentivizing node providers, we want to make better node providers right on our platform, and so. It will use readily available parts. I will tell you it's NVMe based, so it's pretty insane like the speed that you get on it. And again, it's not for running like a virtual machine. Every server needs to run a single node.
So is it a custom VPS on top of?
VPS? No, we would use a Linux based OS like a Ubuntu
Dedicated.
20.
Like no VPS, it's dedicated servers only.
Yeah, you run the node directly on the OS. There's
bare metal.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
And is it optimized just for EVM-based blockchain, or somehow you have found the holy grail where
you can use the same server to run like Ethereum nodes, Solana, any chain.
Actually, I would like to add on to that. So there are no EVM optimizations for any hardware, as far as I have seen.
No, not yet. We remember that EVM was really intended to be able to be run on like your home PC in the early days. So, there's nothing like that. Solana probably has the hardest requirements to hit from a server point of view.
Literally.
Yeah.
So I would be looking forward to FVM. That's when things can be really exciting.
Yeah. Yeah. What was the second question?
Yeah, this was. I don't know if I understood your answer. So how do you say that it's increasing optimization or speed for every different kind of blockchain?
Okay,
EVM based.
Yeah.
So I think the hardware optimization you are looking for is not really there yet. So we can't optimize hardware to the extent you think that EVM could or we could at this point. Mm-hmm. Right now, all we can optimize the hardware for is blockchain in a way that blockchain has certain aspects which are needed in a beefier manner, so to speak. For example, the hard disk, we would probably like to use RAID so that multiple hard disks can be combined into one, and maybe a backup as well. So the speed is, again, faster. So right now, our biggest concern for these blockchains is the fastest access speed for these hard disks for storage, basically. In a normal computer, a normal server these days, the hard disk or storage is the biggest bottleneck.
Yep.
Your CPU processor, for example, a single core is running at 3-4 gigahertz. So that's like 3 gigahertz is like, I can't even count the zeros. Like you start with zero.
I know,
Yeah, so those many transactions or calculations per second, those many units of zeros and ones per second a single core can process. So all of that is all in the cache memory of the motherboard along with the CPU which is attached. If you really want to store it, then it comes to the hard disk.
Yep.
So till then, it travels through the RAM. RAM is also super fast. It's not the bottleneck yet.
Yeah, it's mostly distributed, but I think we're out of time, but we'd love to answer more questions.
We got more. Yeah,
We
the
did?
last presentation was 15 minutes short. Or
You've got a few more minutes. It's fine. You can
Okay.
carry on, guys. If you've got
Perfect.
questions
we
from
don't
the
want to
audience,
go
go for it.
We don't want to go.
All right, what other questions do we have?
Nice.
You guys need a TV show. Seriously, this has been brilliant.
That's a great, maybe we'll start a video cast or something.
We should.
All right, sir.
So I'm pretty new to all this, all these nodes and stuff, but I have a question. If you have a higher quality computer and you're running a node, would you make, per se, more money with a higher quality computer with better parts, or would you make the same if you had a mid-tier computer?
An Anchor protocol, you would absolutely make more money with a higher server, a higher performing server, because you can serve more traffic. So we haven't publicized yet how we're doing this, but I can tell you that with our servers that we're going to be building, it is definitely the best way to earn.
I have a counter question to that. If you're asking that, are you asking for a validator or a full node?
Either. I'm pretty new, so.
Fair enough.
Yeah.
He's the guy who joined Millennium Lab. He's the one who's learning the new testing.
Love it. Okay, so validator it really doesn't matter. Right?
Exactly.
As long as the validator is running, it's fine. You can use whatever meets the minimum requirements, but with the full nodes, you definitely want the performance.
So let's think of it this way. If you're creating a validator node, the main issue or the reason which you are doing that is for creating blocks. So you'll have the transaction load when the blocks are needed to be created by your node. So for example, if the blockchain is having an average user base and average transaction count, you know what the expectation is. So you'll plan the hardware accordingly. So you know what you are earning. If your hardware underperforms, your earnings will be lower than the expectations, but you will never go above the expectations. In a full node, you are actually replying to requests from DeFi projects or, third party who are actually using the blockchain. So people who are using the blockchain will need to access historical data, will need to access all sorts of data, which we can't imagine at this point. When these number of requests are larger than what your hardware can maybe accommodate, then your earnings are limited. Because then if you're running a full node, you are being paid as per the requests you are serving. On a validator node, it's on the blocks you are creating.
Right.
I hope that helps.
Thank you.
I think Kevin has a question.
Yeah, Kevin does have a question. I'll actually ask one to each of you just about what you have spoken today. So first, when you mentioned the expansion of your RPC nodes across the world and the fact that you want to reduce latency, did you have any target countries in mind, any target areas that you want to open up first?
Yes, so I know Australia has really high latency right now. That's high on our list. South America, we're seeing growing a lot, but the goal is really to be in all major countries, So the tricky thing with latency is that just being local to the country doesn't always guarantee that you'll have low latency because of how internet routing works. So for example, we saw a use case in northern Sydney, Australia, where that neighborhood was connecting up through Hong Kong to the server that was in downtown Sydney, right? And so we have to look at really the advanced routing tables on all of that to figure out where to place servers, but we are working on that extensively right now to make sure that the goal really is to be able to have the nodes all be available to 90% of the world's population in less than 30 milliseconds.
Of course, yeah. Thanks.
That gets a very important aspect actually which you brought up. The importance of that is gaining every day because the NFT gaming space is the biggest gainer in the current industry.
Right. When I asked the question, I was also wondering if you were looking into user statistics by different countries, right? Because a country that has more users obviously would be more well suited towards having lower latencies. Something like that.
Yeah, absolutely. All that information is about to be public on Anchor, for our public RPCs, what countries are the largest users. I see some really interesting call-outs on certain countries, Vietnam has a huge crypto community. I think they're using more requests to Fantom than Canada was, so which was amazing. Yeah,
truly.
Yeah.
Excellent, thanks. And for you, Devesh, how are you so cool all the time, man?
It's a side effect of being at Fantom conference.
That's what we like to hear.
Yeah.
So but for the latency, I need to add a certain aspect also for the NFT gaming. This is what I saw in my own experience. So when there's a game being worked upon called Minutes to Midnight, it's being made by BombSwap. Of course, since I'm involved with their team, they use my private server. So before they were using my server, so the game involved the deadline. When the timer reaches the deadline, the pot is won by the last person who buys that ticket. So what happened was everyone wanted to buy the ticket at the last second. At that point, the RPC servers were the most important. So I had to stop providing folks there with my RPCs because they were getting an undue advantage. So, that's when the latency issues came forward and we realized how much these things mattered. Because there were folks, when they stopped using my server, they were very sour. They were like, we pressed the button.
Right. Well, I think what's important to say here is that every other industry that does a lot on the internet and on the web has this problem of getting servers set up in all these different countries, right? Like Facebook now is building undersea cables to connect all their data centers because they can't get the performance out of the public internet, right? And it's really, we're still very early in just Web3 and the broader crypto ecosystem. So, from my perspective, I want to be able to pioneer that with Anchor, is to build a global, the most or the lowest latency network. And I think by January we'll have everything live with the custom servers. So very exciting on that. And we're happy for you guys to try it out. It'll be available on our public RPCs, and you'll see that latency reflected very quickly there.
Of course, look forward to it. I mean, it's the way you say that, it makes it seem like you'll have optic fiber cables running between your servers and other people's nodes at some point.
Yeah, we actually already do. We have a subsea cable across the Pacific Ocean right now. But like I said, this isn't new. It's new for crypto and blockchains, but in other spaces, very common. Yeah.
And Devesh, one last thing. Could you tell us more about your DAO and how it works? What kind of decisions come across your table that the DAO has to vote on?
Wow, sure. I mean, I didn't want to put the spotlight on my DAO much here, but sure, you asked. So my DAO is mainly a Discord server. We don't have a token. We don't have any governance token or any incentivization for folks to join or be active there. Right. We just provide them with one single dream, one single aspect, one single objective. Learn and find opportunities.
Right.
If you learn, you can identify opportunities, and if you identify, then only can you earn or maybe make something out of them. The problem here is most of the folks who try to get into the space, they try to directly find the opportunities. They're like, okay, if I do this, will I earn? They don't understand that the step one is to learn. They have to understand how it works. Why are they getting paid? Why are they thinking they'll get paid? They all just okay, will I earn? Will I earn? They focus on the money. If you focus on the product, if you focus on what you are doing, why you are doing it, that's when you'll succeed. That's when the barrier gets lifted. I have folks whom I introduced to Fantom at below 1 cent, and they were like, okay, I'll sell it 5 times or 10 times. They were just investors. They never researched what Fantom was building, what it was truly doing. I'm like, okay, do what you want. I'm running a node, stake if you want. You make the decision, but read. So the biggest issue in today's industry, no one really reads the TNC, and I blame Netflix for that.
That's excellent to hear. Perhaps we can talk about the tokenization of your DAO at some point with something like a learn-to-earn system.
Sure. We are very open to the community. So the most time I spend these days is with the newer Fantom ecosystem projects. So, for example, the latest NFT game, which the Millennium Club DAO has funded, actually, is Fantom On. So it's led by a wonderful, brilliant team who are working day and night. One of them was actually working as a landscaper previously, So when they pitched the idea to me, they were already working on it. They were building the product to 20-25%. And I'm like, I loved it. The idea, I ate it up. So that's the kind of things I face on a daily basis. I have new projects who are trying to move to Fantom, who are trying to migrate to Fantom. We have a custodial platform in Russia by the name of Midas.investments. So I'm literally on talks with them, and they'll be launching on Fantom any day now.
Right.
I had been trying to get them for a year, but you show them the way, and they are the ones who follow. So they took the initiative, and I think it's up to everyone here to go read about the projects, read about Fantom, read about Anchor, what people are building. Once you know what they are building, you will know if you want to buy it or not.
Yep. Excellent, yeah. Yeah, let's do talk. I do have some ideas for how we can contribute to your DAO.
Love it. Join my Discord. You're already there.
That, I'm not a big fan of Discord, but okay. Thanks.
Thank you so much, guys. That's amazing. Please give it up for Josh Nirov and Devesh Gupta. And I've got to say, you guys have got a little fan club online in our little comments on this live stream. They're like, oh, Anchor's amazing. It's fantastic. Thank you so much. Give it up for those guys once again. Brilliant stuff. You need a TV show or a podcast or a YouTube channel, because what a great duo there. I just need to clarify something with you guys, because we have had a little bit of confusion. The gala dinner, you all are expected to attend. You are all invited. So make sure that you guys are all there. It's going to be amazing.
Excited.
So look forward to that. So we'll see you all there at the gala dinner a little bit later on. So let's get our next speaker on. It's a new addition to the agenda. Talking about the era of novel security threats, please welcome Daima Borderin from Hacken Foundation onto the stage. Hang on.
It's okay, right?
Hang on, let me check your microphone. Guys, can I have a mic check, please? Try it again.
Hello.
There we go. Fantastic.
Hello everyone. My name is Dima Budorin. I'm CEO and founder of Hacken, and I'm an ethical hacker. And most of the people, when they hear the word hacker, they have a negative reaction and they think that this is something related to cyber criminals, something related to fraud or scam or whatever. But in fact, it was not always like this. And back in 1961, when this word was firstly heard, it was a synonym of the IT guru, of IT engineer who improves the system, who can innovate, who basically can create something that was never created before. And today I want to speak a little bit on how this word hacking evolved into what we are all afraid of today. What were the key things that affected this whole industry, and where we are right now, and what will be the next threats and how to be protected. Let's... first in 1961, it was appeared in the Massachusetts University, and the first hackers, they were playing around the telephone network. Steve Wozniak and Steve Jobs were the first guys who were proudly calling themselves as hackers. They were innovating in relation to how make the international phone calls for free. In 70s, 80s, the the computers were mostly run by governments or big organizations, but in 80s already a big crowd of people get access to buy their first computers. And they started to play badly, and they started to see what financial benefits they can get from the hacking someone. And first hackers in 80s, they were hired by big organizations to spy and steal confidential information from their competitors. In 1986, US started the first legislation, and they have issued the Computer Fraud Act, which basically started gave the opportunity for countries to go for the hackers and get them in jail. In 90s, such famous names as Kevin Mitnick, Vladimir Levin, they were already arrested for the first viruses that ruined a lot of information in the internet. John McAfee was the first businessman in cybersecurity industry. Some say that he created the virus himself, which later on he made the antivirus. You never know, but from what he was doing later on, probably this guy had something bad in his mind. So in 2000, the most successful, let's say like this, hackers were working in the field of carding. What is carding? Carding is when you have information about your credit card and you can use it to steal money. The infrastructure of those days of the banking system was really bad, and in fact it didn't improve much. Still, if I know your credit card number and CVV code, I can steal money from you. And imagine this system is working already for 50 years, and it soon will be the end. So yeah, in Ukraine, people were involved in carding. Unfortunately, I know such people. The database for hundreds of thousands credit card information costed only $20. Another few popular attacks is DDoS, denial of service attack, which is now widely spread in small business when companies are attacking their competitors, for example, retail, online shops, and they make damage because their competitors don't receive the revenue. The Code Red is a famous Chinese virus. They were deleting the memory. It was a worm, and they were deleting the memory and putting the label hacked by Chinese. So in 2010s, government started to pay big attention and they started to build cyber armies of people who are able to attack different countries. So in Ukraine, we are basically dealing with Russian cyber army. They are very powerful, but it only makes us stronger. For example, North Korean cyber army, they have a very concrete division that is continuously attacking Japanese cryptocurrency exchanges and stealing money from them. But again, more and more tools started to appear in this world, and it started to become easier and easier to become a hacker. One case I want to share is when we caught a hacker who was spreading the browser plugin, fake plugin that alerts like new coins, new pumps, and guys were installing this browser plugin, and it basically was stealing the private keys, logins, passwords, everything. And then we started to where he gets that plugin and who is this guy. And we found that there is a forum in Russian language which basically spreads this, that educates young students, like 14, 15-year-old boys, how to use this browser plugin and how to make money out of it. So basically there is a SaaS, it's a very nice looking admin panel where you have information about the link for your download, and you can even see how much money you are making, how much information you're stealing. And right now, 2020, so all focus of all hackers is on the crypto, because it's easy to it's easy money, it's huge money, like the recent hack of Poly for 600 million in one day is like, this is something that never happened before. And also, it's not only on big exchanges. To be honest, we know cryptocurrency exchanges security pretty well, and we are one of the biggest auditors of cryptocurrency exchanges. And right now it's a complicated job to steal money from them. It's way more easy to steal money from DeFi, and it's way more easy to fraud just individual investors. So the main focus is on you guys right now. hackers are targeting individual people who is not very, who is careless about his cybersecurity. So quick word of who we are. We are Hacking is a blockchain security organization. Our focus is not only on smart contract audits, our focus is on spreading awareness about cybersecurity and educating people. We have B2C apps, we have rankings of various crypto projects, exchanges and DeFi projects on their security. We help various companies, startups in cybersecurity to launch, and we also have a bug bounty platform with 5,000 white hat hackers who continuously improve security of lots of projects. We are 4 years in the space. We already have more than 500 clients, big community, a lot of partners. So, what is happening with the blockchain industry right now and where we go? We all want it to become mass adopted, and for sure it's gonna happen, and we are almost there. My granny has already bought some bitcoins, and she knows how to do it, so basically that's it. We're almost there, guys. So yeah, extra levels of security will be added. So we will see more and more cloud protection for the various projects, and crypto included. We will see passwords will go away quite soon as well. All authentication will move to biometrics, and we see it evolving quite fast. There are a lot of amazing projects, startups that are dealing with iris of your eye, and it will happen very soon. I'm predicting 1 year, even the Face ID will change to iris, and we will go to all the websites, whatever, just with our biometrics. And but this simplification, it has also bad consequences, because people are becoming careless, and people don't pay too much attention. And the next, for example, NFT industry, there are already cases when people are buying for hundreds of thousands of dollars the fake art, and this actually people don't even know that NFT can be faked. Imagine you can issue a NFT right now for any JPEG image and say that this is worth something, and people can buy it. Something has to change. And the other thing that I want to underline is that the portrait of hacker of 2030 is no longer a computer genius who can improve and innovate complex systems. Because we are unfortunately in COVID era, and we are not traveling, people are not doing too much offline business. The same is for the criminals. They are also not, criminals are always somewhere around us, but right now they have much more problems to fool people on the streets or whatever in some restaurants. Right now they go online. And unfortunately there are a lot of tools already in hacker world, where people just like, you know, just like at Coursera, you can learn in 1 week how to become a hacker and how to steal money from different people. And we see a big raise of 14, 15, 16-year-old boys, unfortunately from the countries that are not very developed, who are becoming black hackers, and they can make damage. So yeah, this guy, he's wearing his hoodie, sitting in the computer and impersonating some people and trying to scam for in the Twitter or Telegram you cryptocurrency investors. So the outcome from today's presentation is that I want you to just follow simple rules. on how to be protected and spread this word. For me, I believe that cyber security is a new healthcare. I had an experience of losing digital currency. I had an experience of losing some pictures, and I remember that feeling. It's like super painful. I had only once I was broken my arm, and I would better broke my arm again rather than lose digital currency or some of my data ever again. So it's like a physical pain. So healthcare, cybersecurity, it's so spread the word, please. So if you're founder of the project, if you're founder of the crypto community, you should continuously, once a month, maybe 2 times a month, share information and tips on cybersecurity, how to be protected, how not to lose assets. Promote using password managers. People are lazy. People are using one password at different accounts, and this is the weakest point of your cybersecurity, because the data leaks happen all the time, and if you are using one password at least 5 accounts, I bet that your password is already in hands of the cyber criminals, and it's just a matter of time when they will type your email and your login into Binance. So promote it everywhere until we don't have proper biometrics things. Password managers are the key. Cooperate with cybersecurity vendors. Hacking is always open to help with advice, help with partnership. We are all open, and we are growing. And of course, double check all the information that you receive. Critical thinking is the core of what should be in 21st century digital world. And the last one, use hardware wallets. My personal tip, I don't use Ledger, I don't use Trezor. My personal tip, if you have some big number of money that you want to learn how, that you want to keep safely, go buy a new iPhone, for example, maybe not the newest one. Download only one application, the crypto wallet you trust. You can find rankings. We usually do some rankings and metrics for all the cryptocurrency wallets. Initiate the private key there. Send to this private key your bitcoins, your Fantom, whatever, and shut down it from the internet. And that will be the best hardware wallet ever, much better than the ones I named before. So thank you so much. Next presentation is from us as well. It's going to be the presentation of Art Wallet. Art Wallet is first multi-chain Fantom first NFT wallet, and this is something that we believe is extremely important to build now, because the NFT industry will face a lot of fraud and scam very, very soon. Thank you for attention. Questions? Cybersecurity topic is very boring. I was trying to make some jokes, but guys, it's boring, but it's the future of healthcare. Yep. Okay, no questions. I'm here around. Есть вопросы?
Yeah, just one question about the last thing you mentioned, the phone being more secure than any other hardware wallet. Yep. Any reason why you prefer to do it that way?
Yes, so it's you're having more layers of security. So you're having the additional layer of security of iOS, of operational system, like hardware of iPhone is also much more secure rather than a small stick. Trezor or Ledger, you know, there were a lot of cases when young boys were able to extract the private key. And the third is that I trust mobile apps, to be honest. We were building mobile apps and we understand how they work. And the most prominent mobile crypto wallets, they delete the private, the seed phrase instantly when you basically install and make the backup phrase test. So yeah, we were testing few mobile wallets, the most popular ones, and I completely trust them.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you. Yes.
Hello, thank you for the presentation.
Thank you.
And we're living in DeFi space right now, so there are many DeFi applications on different chains, and most of them are working with the MetaMask, right?
Yes.
And the thing is, the DeFi applications are much easier to copy for the phishing sites than the classical ones, because all data is on chain. So even if you look at your balances, and all data is actually the same, right? So how to protect the users who are not familiar with the DeFi but gonna be involved, like trading or making deposits. How there is a better approach, how to teach them how to avoid the phishing websites, and what kind of checks they must done, and these type of things.
Mm-hmm. Sure. So yeah, the first answer, of course, is education. We personally, my bet is on certain rankings of that would be widespread. So, for example, all of us trust crypto which is listed on CoinGecko or CoinMarketCap. And at CoinGecko and CoinMarketCap we can find the correct addresses which we import into DeFi application, the token contract addresses. And still, this is the only way how to verify. But I believe that soon we will see certain browser extensions, or maybe even built-in browsers. For example, Brave browser, why not? That will have proper that will have proper alerts and proper whitelists of websites that are trusted. So if there is a new untrusted website that proposes you open it in the browser and you immediately see that it's not verified, that it has a potential risk of losing the data. So this is my answer. I believe these tools will appear quite soon.
Thank you. Who else?
Yes, hello. So I have a question about the biometric things. So the fact that the future login, etc., will be through this system is not also a risk for the fingerprints or vocal things to be directly hacked, which could be even worse.
No, fingerprints is not the best biometric for sure. I agree. Biometrics should not be the only factor. So when you authenticate, it's better to use two factors. It can be your fingerprint, your iris, or iris and face ID. And by having two factors plus some account login, it gives you a good level of security. So please don't think about biometric as the only authentication method. And the other thing is that modern technologies that will use biometrics as authentication, they will not know what are you, what is your iris scan or what is your face ID. They will only see the code which is hashed by your biometric, and this will be your access. So this is not like I put a fingerprint and the image of my fingerprint is flying somewhere. No, no, no.
Thank you.
Hey, Dimmer, can I ask you a favor? Dimmer, can I ask you a favor?
Yes, please.
Can we make that one the very last question?
Yes.
Because I do have other things to introduce, and I was just wondering, is the audience okay with that? Can we make that the last question, please? You guys are awesome. Can you also do me another favor and give up a huge round of applause for Dimmer? Thank you for a wonderful
presentation.
You're absolutely awesome. Thank you. Hello, Fantom Developer Conference. How are we feeling today? Are we good? Fantom to the moon, are we pumped? There we are, excellent. So, for people who've just joined us, or perhaps you weren't there on the first day, my name's Hisham Wine. I'm one of your hosts for this conference, and it's great to be back face to face with all you wonderful people. Now, we're going to be closing out today soon, but we're determined to close out strong. I'll tell you what we have in store, but first, I'm going to bring up somebody who wants to have a wonderful chat with you about how technology is transforming the art industry, fundamentally, irrevocably, categorically. And the next panel that was, sorry, not the panel, but the next session that we're going to do is how Art Wallet is contributing to this revolution in the art industry. And joining us to talk about it, well, who better than the co-founder of Art Wallet? Join me in giving up a very warm Fantom welcome to Nazar Khalavka.
Thank you. One. Thank you so much. So thank you so much for having me here today. It's really a great pleasure to present to the great Fantom community that is really big all around the world. So I know a lot of people are watching us online. So yeah, and I think everyone, I believe, maybe not everyone, but a lot of people heard the name Art Wallet. So, but it's not sure everyone knows what it's about, so I'll try to present it. I also know it's quite hard to switch from cybersecurity to art. Yeah, but I believe it will not be boring, so, and you'll not fall asleep during my pitch. So this speech is more about the transformation of the industry, transformation of the world. So we have a traditional fine art industry that's growing like hundreds of years, and we have a new art of the future that is like only 5 years old industry. So we all love art. Yes, for some of them it's a passion. For some of them it's just love to the art. And for some of us it's like investments and the way to save money. So the same works with new digital art. So this is all transformed from the classic, traditional, to digital. So this is the fine art. So it's worth of millions. This is like the most famous pictures in the world. And this is NFTs, so digital art. They also worth the millions. So this is the same transformation of the industry, from traditional to new one, digital. So NFTs and also art, it's more about the ownership. Yeah, everyone can draw Mona Lisa, but there is only one Mona Lisa drawn by Leonardo da Vinci. The same with art, with digital art. Everyone can just copy-paste any JPEG image, download it from IPFS, and say, oh, this is my one. But blockchain proves everything. So I didn't say it before, but everything works on Fantom. So a few weeks ago, when we met a great people from Fantom, we decided to make the Art Wallet the Fantom first, yes? And this works, all the proofs of all the technology works on the Fantom and the same on the other chains. So, as I said before, a traditional fine art industry, it's like hundreds of years. So there is auctions like Christie's, Sotheby's, there is Basel's, there is a lot of galleries all around the world. So you know how to buy, where to buy, you know how to find new artists, how to find somebody that could become the star then. So, but NFT industry, digital arts is only 5 years old industry. So there is a lot of NFT platforms on different chains. There is some complicated wallets like MetaMask. So just imagine, like, who is buying like pieces of art for millions of dollars? So what's the average age? 40, 50, 60 years old. So they don't know how to use MetaMask. So it's very complicated. So and there is no one place where you can store everything when you can have direct access to everything. So this is like the modern industries that just growing. So and it's a lot of missing parts. So that's why we've started the Art Wallet. So the only app that combines all missing parts of the NFT industry. Of course, like if you have art pieces, you need a gallery where you store, and you need just like vault where you store these pieces. The same works with digital art. You need to have one place, like your phone, when you can store everything. So, but will you enjoy this art if you just have in the phone, so you can see it in your phone? So maybe no. That's why, of course, Discover. So if you have a traditional fine art industries, you need to browse a lot of galleries, different auctions all around the world. But with Art Wallet, you have only single app in your phone when you can browse all NFT marketplaces on every chain, including, of course, Artium on Fantom. So, and you can see all collections and decide what to get. So, and of course, preview. So you will not enjoy the pieces of digital art you own if you can't stream it on the big screens or present it to your friends or so on. So with Art Wallet, you can connect to any device, and all NFTs you have in your, all digital art, I'll say, you have in your phone, you can stream on your screens. So, and for example, your friends are coming to your big house, yes, and they see all the pieces you own. And also, what's our big vision for the next year? It's to create like audiovisual streaming via NFTs. It's like YouTube or Spotify via NFTs, when you can keep big volumes of data in the decentralized, yes, via NFTs. So it will work like Spotify and YouTube via NFTs. This is our big vision. So of course, if you're buying NFTs, if you're buying digital art, you need, and you're connected to different marketplaces, different chains, you need a crypto wallet working on many chains. But once again, Fantom first. So it's, we'll integrate the Fantom. It will be the first one, first chain integrated the Art Wallet. Maybe one of the biggest hype that is planning like for next year or two, it's AR, VR technologies. So we all know Apple glasses are coming next year. So until it will be a big product. So a lot of people will jump into this, all this metaverse, VR stuff. Yes, and of course, Art Wallet will have connection to AR, VR via simple Bluetooth, or even to the Apple glasses that don't even exist now. So this is one of the core technologies we are focusing on. Of course, security. So I worked with Dima and Haken for a long time. So, and Art Wallet, it's also about the security, because all these super expensive pieces of art you own, you need to protect. And Ledger Connect is a great solution, because you'll be able to stream your NFTs in any place. So Art Wallet is about all digital art inside one single application that you have in your phone. So it's all traditional fine art industry, modernizing into digital art, and it's all in one app. So this is about Art Wallet. And it's not all. So also one stuff, so combining like physical and digital. Of course, we all know galleries, and a lot of people are asking, can we have like NFT for, can we stream NFTs in the galleries? Of course you can. And it's about the royalties, about the artist making them make more money. So, and what we did in Art Wallet is wrapping NFTs, where artists receive some royalties when they stream their NFTs via or physical galleries all around the world, or new one, virtual galleries, using augmented or virtual reality. So you can stream NFTs, you can explore, you can visit virtual galleries. So, and it's really nice stuff. So, of course, like a typical, like almost all blockchain projects, we have our own token. It's called OneArt, and most probably everyone heard it. So, and it's going crazy for the last 2 days. So, and still available on Yoshi, Gate, Pancake, Spooky. So it's available on Fantom chain and BSC chain, so you can explore. So our application is coming on December. But it's not all. So I have a special surprise for you today. So, and I want to introduce Yuma, the most popular NFT artist on Fantom. So nobody in the world can present digital art better than real NFT artists who are selling her work for a lot of money. So Yuma, please. Feel free to introduce yourself and tell a bit about your work, please.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Art Wallet, for giving me the space and time to introduce my project and share it with a lot more people. Who here has an NFT? Raise your hands. Oh, many hands. That's good. I'm Uman. I'm the creator of the world of Umans. I created this world long before I knew of NFTs. I'm going to tell you a little bit about my journey on NFTs and how it's been to be probably one of the only female leading an NFT project on Fantom. I created my first NFT project on Ethereum many months ago called the World of Umans. Only 999 Umans live in this world. Then I was looking for some alternatives because gas fees are so expensive. And I found Fantom. I fell in love with the community and I decided to launch my first project. So I launched, this is my Umans on ETH, some of the pieces that I made. I launched Beat Umans on Fantom, one of the first collections in Fantom. Only 500 Umans available. This was a long time ago. The NFT space was a little bit quiet on Fantom, and so it took like a month to mint all of them, which was good. Time wasn't a thing to be measured before, so I was happy. With the support of my community and the Beat Umans, the collection was very supported by everyone. Actually, yesterday, one Beat Uman sold for 75,000 FTM, which is the largest NFT sold on Fantom. Yeah, it's huge. I'm happy for the buyer, the seller, everyone. This is huge for Fantom. As the community grew, I decided to launch my second collection in Fantom called Ancestral Umans. Here, Ancestral Umans. The idea of Ancestral Umans was born from my aspiration to expand the world of Umans and its chronicle across multiple blockchains. Umans are native to Ethereum. Ancestral Umans are inhabit the Fantom blockchain. This narrative, resembling the NFT bridge between FTM and ETH blockchains, allows me to play with the depth of Uman universe and its characters while having a broader reach across segmented audiences. Ancestral Umans are the ancient kin to modern Umans who crossed to the Fantom dimension eons ago. They were led by the three ancestral Uman leaders, Shamanka the healer, Atka the peacekeeper, and Jugari the protector. The idea of the whole story is that the ether began to claim portions of the Umani space, and in order to maintain the balance of the Uman world, 999 Umans would remain on ether for the duration of their long lives, and each time the life expired, they would pass into the Fantom dimension, and another woman would return to an ether, so like a sustainable cycle. I highly recommend everyone to read the lore of the World of Umans, which you can find on theworldofumans.com. It is by itself a beautiful written piece of art. It might take you like 40 minutes to read it all, but it's truly a piece of art. For those who are interested in NFTs, right now, Shamanka the healer, one of the three ancestral leaders, is being auctioned on Artian. I'm really thankful for everyone who has placed a bid and who is going to place a bid. I truly believe this piece will break another record on Fantom, maybe a bigger sell than the Beat Uman. I am really grateful for everyone who's been here listening to me. Thank you for staring to me. Thank you again for our wallet for sharing your time and space and giving me the opportunity to share my world with everyone here. For my community, I have not enough words to express my gratitude. On Fantom, we are all a team. We work with each other to lead each other's projects. We collaborate with each other because we truly believe that we all have something unique to put into the table. In Fantom, we work together, not against each other. And thank you so much. Remember, we are all humans. And thank you again.
All right, thank you very much. Thank you very much, Yumin. Come on up, Naza. Ladies and gentlemen, a huge round of applause. Stay with us. We'll come up here, the both of you. I thought that was an incredible presentation. Wasn't that super? That was just super. Well done, guys. Well done. Any last words?
Yeah, I just want to say thank you to all Fantom community for having us here. It's really a great pleasure. So like maybe a few weeks ago, both me and Dima, so we heard about Fantom, of course, but we didn't believe that we will be a part of the great Fantom ecosystem. Yes, and we really enjoy it, and we want to create really the best solution, like ultimate solution for the whole Fantom NFT industry, and we really enjoy it. Thank you.
Yeah.
Ladies and gentlemen, huge round of applause, please, for
a round of applause for Human, like the best, the most popular NFT artist on Fantom.
Thank you so much. I appreciate, I love you guys, I love Fantom, I love everybody. I know there's a lot of people seeing this from their computers, all of my friends seeing this from their computers, and I can't thank you enough for all of your support. Thank you so much.
Bravo. No, guys, it's us who thank you. Thank you for that incredible presentation. Well done.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
That's gorgeous. That was just super. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, up next we have a special project showcase. And it's being delivered by a man who, by the way, later is also going live on Crypto Banter. Hurrah! But you don't know who I'm talking about yet. No, you don't. Do you? All right, well, let me announce it. Don't give it away. Shh. All right, so basically, here's what's going to happen. We're going to bring up the man, the legend, for this mysterious project showcase. At 6:05 or 6:10, we're going live with the Crypto Banter. So joining us now and taking over duties on the mic for a little bit is none other than the managing director of the Quantum FinTech Group. Huge round of applause for Harry Ye.
What's up? It's Thursday. You know, Thursday in the UAE is actually Friday in North America. So, how many of you bought the dip yesterday like I told you to? Hasi, you gotta buy that dip. You bought that dip? Yeah, now you're rich. All right. So, that's right, you panic buy. I love it. Hey, the lighting things are not working, but just. All right, well, super exciting. How many of you have been out to the breakout rooms? Isn't it amazing? $1 million hackathon. Look at all those 50-inch screens. Everybody, you guys, thank you for helping me execute my vision. This is exactly what I wanted to see. Friendships, relationships being built, software being built. I'm so excited. And I'm so excited, in fact, that I extended this conference. It's never been done in history. I paid Emirates Palace. I said, all of this is staying up until November 1st. When the hackathon's officially over, so we got some hotel rooms for the guys that are doing the hackathon, so it's nice. I don't want to change anything. I don't want to change the environment. So 24/7 after today, this is all developer use only for you guys. It's never been done before. It's totally worth it. So more time for you guys to connect. If you guys need anything afterwards, talk to myself and my team. Everybody's here. We're here to support you guys. All right, let's talk a little bit about the project showcase. So what's the project showcase? Well, everybody wants to know what we're investing in, what we're looking at, and we're living in that time now where we're really kind of more focused on an ecosystem. So what's unique about Fantom is an ecosystem. That means it's layer 1 blockchain, but things are built on top of this blockchain, similar to how Ethereum, created the EVM. Then you've got Tether, USDC, all of these tokens. Essentially, Ethereum originally was designed to do one thing, which was to create ICOs so that people could issue a token easily, because it was very, very difficult to do this on Bitcoin. So before you would have Bitcoin, Litecoin, Feathercoin, everybody would have to fork Bitcoin on GitHub. So Ethereum made it very, very easy by having you learn JavaScript, Solidity. And Fantom's definitely taken it to the next level, because now that it's EVM compatible, now with the speed and the low cost of transactions, you see amazing projects like Art Wallet, Yoshi Exchange, Spirit Swap, Spooky. I mean, those are just to name a few, Overdrive. But what I want to do is really kind of show you now we're kind of going to the stage where we're starting to build applications on top of these blockchains, like real world applications. So happy to share some of these with you. So wasn't that incredible yesterday? I mean, a developer conference where one of my favorite DJs, Adam K, and my good friend Alec Monopoly was on stage, and they were painting while he was spinning. So that kind of spontaneous combustion can only happen at a developer conference. So thanks to those guys for being here and making it happen. Alec, unfortunately, had to fly, I think, to London or to Miami for an art show, but he really, really wanted to be here. So why did I put this up here? Well, so if all of you have seen Alec Monopoly's Monopoly Man, you'll notice here that I got him to paint a couple of projects that I've invested in. So obviously there's Fantom right there, and Tomb, and then there's Just Yours, and ZooCoin. Now, I couldn't put all of them on the picture because some of the ones hadn't officially been announced yet that I'm backing them, or our fund is invested in, but that's part of what this presentation about is the ecosystem of projects that we're invested in. So I'm going to talk a little bit about that. So first, and this is in alphabetical order, this is why I did this. I was fortunate enough to meet the Hacking and the Art Wall guys through one of my business partners early last week. And I said to them, you know what, looks amazing, because the biggest problem right now with NFTs is there's no easy way for me to view my NFTs. So I said, no problem, happy to back you guys, but it's got to run on Fantom. And what did they do? They made it Fantom first. So thank you, Nazar. Thank you, Dima. Where are you guys? Thank you for creating this. Thank you for being part of the conference. Thank you for letting me help you guys execute your vision. So real simple, what's Art Wallet? Smart and secure NFT app, 21st century, Spotify and iTunes. So really, really exciting stuff. And this is the more interesting one. Because I'm in the UAE, I can't really talk about Just Yours too much, but think of it similar to kind of like the OnlyFans, but it's running on Fantom. So in January, we'll be doing a lot more stuff in Miami. Sorry, Tuffin and Dimitri, but unfortunately, that's the rules here, so I've got to go through this really, really quick. But what's exciting about Just Yours is it's allowing adult and user-generated content to be done through Web3, and payment is through Just, and instead of OnlyFans taking, I think 20% and 80%, we're doing like a 10% to the to Just, and then 90% goes to the content creator. So really, really cool. Overdrive, this one's really, really cool too. So Simone and a bunch of other guys, I was fortunate enough to meet. Social media and marketing and branding is a very, very important thing. So imagine a new way to earn, and this project's in beta right now. It's going to launch soon. And social media engagement, post to earn. So we're going to do Twitter first, then Instagram, et cetera, et cetera. So it's one of the projects that we're backing. And of course, you guys all saw the Lambos, right? Yeah, one Lambo, right? The other day I was just like, okay, what would be really cool? I'm not an artist myself, but this is kind of like art, right? In some ways. So I thought it would be pretty cool because Lambos are kind of like a meme. So why not put like a big Tomb logo on a purple Lambo, right? So I'm not going to bore you guys a little bit too much about Tomb Finance because I spent an entire section on it. So, but just a quick review, what's Tomb Finance? Algorithmic backed stablecoin, designed to be pegged to Fantom, but what we're doing now is we want there's not a lot of supply of Tomb, and we think there needs to be a little bit more, so we're going to let the peg run up to probably 2 to 1, and then we'll probably start kind of managing it. So we're allowing the expansion so people can make like very, very good yields and whatnot. It's all done in a smart contract. So a lot of fun, a lot of good opportunities for yield farming there. Check out Tomb Finance. ZooCoin, obviously, one of our investments. Ivan and the team, where are you guys? You guys here? No, they're probably out, like working on a hackathon. Those guys are hardcore. So what is Zoo? Zoo is a DEX aggregator, NFT marketplace, and they supply trading tools. One of my favorite projects. I invested early on. And then one of the ones that most people don't know about, we kind of seen everything, and you probably saw this green Lambo with Yoshi. So one of my good friends and partners that I work with came up with a great idea, has a team, Daniel and Kirill. Hats off to you guys. Are you guys here, Daniel, Kirill? All right, you guys in the back, sweet. They're helping solve a very, very important problem, which is the easy fiat on-ramp. So it's very, very difficult to buy Fantom right now. It's not easy for a consumer to buy Fantom. So imagine if you can buy with credit card directly on and off, or some ATM, like, Interact, that kind of thing. That's really, really like Yoshi's initial goal. And very, very successful project. Launch, congratulations, guys. Thanks for having me being a part of it. Oh, that's it. I'm done. No, what? You guys want some alpha, don't you? Okay, are you sure? Are you sure? Are you sure? Okay. The clicker doesn't work. It doesn't work. It doesn't. JK, just kidding. Kitty. Everybody does dog coins. I'm a cat person myself, so I want you guys to remember this picture. I can't tell you what the name of it is yet, but we'll be making announcements soon. Look at that kitty, look. You guys are cats? Okay. Have you guys seen the Binance Lambo? It's pretty awesome, right? Are you guys ready? Are you sure? I can't hear you. Are you ready? Are you ready? Okay. Okay, I'll tell you. Just chill, jeez. Okay. So, part of my love as being an engineer developer is really to help solve problems. And Fantom has created such a great ecosystem and so many projects. So I'm like, okay, what am I really, really good at? Things that I've been really able to help projects on are liquidity. And liquidity in any project is super important when you're launching and whatnot. But what's the problem when you're trading? Well, everything on Fantom now, unfortunately, I mean, it's interesting. We started with the centralized exchanges, and then then Uniswap came out, and then everybody's going to decentralized exchanges. But the reality is, we live in a world where we need both, okay? I know you guys are ready for this. You guys have seen CZ here. You guys kind of see pictures with me every now and then. I've been very, very fortunate to know CZ. Also like the Binance team. Binance is my favorite platform. So Official signed a deal. We're leveraging Binance Cloud's platform to build a centralized exchange only for Fantom projects. Okay? What does that mean for you guys? Well, first, why do we need a centralized exchange? So it's funny, the one thing I said I would never do in my entire life is build a cryptocurrency exchange, because I run a hedge fund, and running a cryptocurrency exchange is one of the most difficult, most challenging things. You're a constant target, hackers, custodian, everything, and everybody keeps asking, why do you want to run an exchange? I'm like, because, first off, it's so much work, and the amount of eyeballs on you is it's a lot. So this is why I always focus on the hedge fund side, providing liquidity. However, when I looked at all the different platforms, and I just want to solve this problem for Fantom because I love Fantom's blockchain, I love Fantom's ecosystem, and this solves a problem. So I'm sorry, but to me, this is bigger than a Coinbase announcement because this allows liquidity for all the Fantom pairs available to the rest of the world. That's easy. That means we have the choice to use Spooky Swap, Spirit Swap, Yoshi, all these, but now you have a choice also to use a centralized exchange. So what does that mean? Well, we all know limit orders work like crap on decentralized exchanges. You can't do true limit orders. So this is one of the problems we need to solve. Now, deeper liquidity, high frequency trading and robots. Now, it's only for Fantom's ecosystem. This is why I'm so excited. And thank you to the Binance team. See, what most people don't know is Binance is one of the most important bridges. When I spent some time talking with CZ about the future of Binance and why everything is really, really multi-chain and cross-platform, Binance is that central bridge that allows the rest of the world easy access on and off. Their job is the most difficult, and the fact that they even license this for us, you're going to start seeing this for a lot of other chains. I think we're going to lead the way we're going to focus on Fantom, but I think you're going to start seeing a lot of exchanges pop up that are specifically focused because Binance is such a big exchange, but they can't list every single pair. So what we're going to do is we're just going to focus on the pairs that are for Fantom. So it's really, really for you guys. Why Binance Cloud? It is the world's best exchange infrastructure. I don't care what anybody says, it's the best. Remarketed liquidity. That means on our new exchange, you'll get Fantom USDT remarketed. It's the same. That also means they handle the custodian. So everything for you guys stays the same, except you get a nice little cat branded as an exchange, but there's also going to be a utility token, okay? So it's going to be like another BNB. So familiar ease of use, there's going to be mobile, so it's going to be game-changing for everybody on the Fantom ecosystem. So, of course, you're going to have the Fantom USDT pair, Fantom base pairs, Tomb pairs. These are just the ones to start that we're going to provide liquidity for. Spooky, Spirit, Tomb, T-Share, T-Bond, Ice, Spell, Magic Internet Money, Yoshi, and OneArt. And one of the main reasons I wanted to do this was because a lot of people came to me and said, hey, Harry, these exchanges, all of them, they want to charge us $500,000, $1 million to do this. So I said, you know what, screw that. It costs us 25 grand to list on Binance Cloud, plus another 25 grand, so 50 grand. I don't care about making money for this. I just want to help the Fantom ecosystem. This, you're going to get the best centralized exchange as tokens. You guys just have to provide the liquidity. And so that, to me, is the exciting part, and it's launched in Q4 of 2021 this year. So hope you guys are excited. Okay, I'm done. So did you guys like that? Do you guys like that? What do you guys think? Okay? Binance for Fantom. We were kind of joking. If I could buy finance.com, it's actually Binance plus Fantom, so it's finance.com, but that's not a bad idea, actually. So just one more thing, I promise. So now that I'm going to be building an exchange, I've also created a new problem for myself. One more $1 million US hackathon. Okay? Now why? What problem I want to solve? Open sourced market maker, high frequency trading robot to work with Binance, Kraken, and FTX, ability to work with decentralized exchanges on Fantom. That's what I need. More details. See, is Cheat Out here? What is Cheat Out, guys? Okay, see, I told you I gotta keep you busy, right? Written in Golang, we'll announce after the conference what we're gonna do. Have a reference to something similar to Hummingbot. We'll get you kind of like a little bit more details as they come available. But why I need this built is we want to have very, very good liquidity, but we want everybody in the room not. So isn't it great that you can provide liquidity on things like Spirit and Spooky Swap very easily? Well, I want to invest and make it easy for you guys to provide liquidity on centralized exchanges and decentralized exchanges. So that's the $1 million I'm putting up for the hackathon. That's it. I swear to God, that's it. I have nothing else. So that's my contact. Thank you all for coming. Hope you guys like that news. And I don't know what the price of Fantom is. Hopefully it went up from that news.
Ladies and gentlemen, the man with the plan and the $1 million hackathon.
Yeah.
Harry! Give it up!
I think I'm on crypto banter now, or is it now? Or do I have a break?
6:10 is when they'll have you on.
Okay, good.
So the team will let you know. Now, don't forget that Harry's going to be back here for Crypto Banter! Now, that's happening. I like that. Actually, continue that round of applause. We love applause here, ladies and gentlemen. Pump it up! Bravo. Now, and of course, a really warm welcome and a hello to all our hundreds and thousands of viewers online. I know that you guys are streaming on that platform. I've just joined the programming, so I thought I'd say a special hello to you as well. Guys, Harry is going to be back for Crypto Banter right here in this auditorium, right here on this stage. It's going to take place at about 6:05. I believe that he's going to go live at 6:10. Be here for that. In the meanwhile, if you want a loo break, a coffee break, just walk around outside, enjoy the amazing Abu Dhabi weather, because today is actually a great day weather-wise. Go out, grab a breath of fresh air, have some chit-chat. We'll see you in just 15 minutes. Before you go, don't forget, all of you wonderful people are not just invited, but we insist, absolutely insist, that you join us at our special Phantom of the Opera Gala celebration, which starts at 7 in the ballroom. We're going to be giving away awards, and then the entertainment continues late into the night. Ladies and gentlemen, we'll see you back here soon. My name's Hisham Wine. It's always a pleasure being surrounded by Fantom fans. See you in a bit.